Hey everybody, hello, welcome back. Live again, second time in the same day, brothers and sisters and siblings, gender neutral. I got to re up on my vanilla iced coffee with no ice. I couldn't find the box to the Witch's Tarot, so I'm going to give this a few shuffles. We're starting with March 4. We're going to run all the way to today, and it'll be like the previous month. What's been going on? We've had a full moon Aries, a full moon Libra, new moon Aries since March 4th. I mean, we've probably had the new moon in Pisces too. So new moon Pisces, full moon Aries, new moon Aries, probably since the 4th of March. And we're just gonna see. This is something. Take it as it resonates. As always, it's just fun. And as the days have gone by, this calendar has gotten more and more out of sync. But what is time anyway, really, when you think about it, right? I'm a free thinker, I guess. And I love when people are like, oh, time is irrelevant, like time doesn't exist. Time is made up. And maybe like recorded time is, but time as a passage of yesterdays into tomorrows exists. Like we have seasons, like even before clocks existed, the sun still came up and went down. We still matured and aged from young to old. Like recorded time, sure, but time as a thing very much so exists, especially in this reality. Right? So anyway, let's get into it. That was March 4th. I already did that last time. On we. On we. March 5th, on we. This was the last quarter moon. Ennui is the trouble of those who have no other troubles. The Old Farmer's Almanac, 1901. This is interesting because so in high school and junior year, I think, when I took world history, maybe, or US history, it was like junior year of high school. For extra credit, we could recite a poem by Langston Hughes, right? And so, of course, me, the try hard student that I was like, I'm gonna find the shortest poem by Langston Hughes, and it was a poem on we, and it was like, it's such a bore being always poor, and that was the whole thing. And I was like, Mr. T, like if I recite that as my poem, then like, do I get like the credit? And he was like, well, you'll get credit according to like I guess the difficult, like you'll get an appropriate amount of credit. So if that is what you're going to go with, then you'll get a little bit of credit. Turns out I never found a different poem, and I never officially recited that one, so I ended up with no credit. But ennui, that's interesting. Ennui is the trouble of those who have no other troubles. The card that's coming out with ennui is the Nine of Cups. And then this is interesting because she's actually looking happy today. She's actually looking happy today. But usually in this Nine of Cups, sometimes she looks a little like um less than enthused. Like this is it. And like look at their expressions. I feel like it's the little things, if you can see that. It's the little things that we can be grateful and appreciative of. And again, it's like it's the trouble of those who have no other troubles. And so, in some way, it's like, well, what troubles do we really have? So, on the weekend of the 6th and the 7th, the hardest substance in our bodies is the enamel on the surface of our teeth. The hardest substance in our bodies is the enamel on the surface of our teeth. And it's interesting. So, we have enamel, we have ennui, there's this in energy, Enki, Enlil, maybe energy. I know they were brothers. One of them was about chaos and disorder, and the other one was about law and order or something. Anunnaki, something. I could look it up, but I won't. But I do think Enki and Enlil shared dominion over something. Like one of them was like the wind and fire, and the other one was like the wind and water, or something like that. But it's interesting that enamel is one of the hardest substances in our bodies when it can also be sort of like worn down. So there's a little bit of an energy of poor dental hygiene. And again, coming off of this ennui, it's like the problems that we cause ourselves. Oh, look, it was dentist day on that day. March 6th is dentist's day. Who knew? I didn't know. I ain't see it on Facebook or nothing. The card that came out with enamel is the Four of Swords. Four of Swords with a sort of laziness. And she looks pretty similar. So now this is carrying, it's evolved into an energy of complacency a little bit, honestly. So we go from a need to be grateful to complacency. On March 8th, it was International Women's Day. It was Commonwealth Day in the UK and Canberra Day in Australia. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a challenge, meet it. St. Teresa of Calcutta, Albanian humanitarian. I love this in comparison to ennui. And again, this is coming after that sense of complacency, right? Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a challenge, meet it. The card that's coming out here is the Six of Cups. And I love it is International Women's Day. And we just talked about the Queen of Swords. Or I just talked about the Queen of Swords in the previous video. This, it's an energy of like returning to childhood dreams, returning to what it is that we really want to do before all of the limitations that we picked up as we lived life, right? Like if you're a woman, then it's like, this is women's work. This ain't women's work. That's a man's job. If you're a man and there's something that you want to do that's more creative, and it's like, that's girly. Like, do like what a man does. If you're a person in general, there can be so many things that like we want to do that we have a passion for, but then we can be met with like, oh well, you can't make a living doing that, or that's not lucrative, like why don't you like get a real job, blah blah blah, whatever, right? But I love that like she has this heavy briefcase. She's wearing this, it's not quite a maxi skirt, she's wearing this skirt and these heels on that tightrope, but she's doing it. On the 9th, in Argentina, a birthday child's earlobe is pulled one time for every year of age. I love that because we have the children in the Six of Cups right here. A birthday child's earlobe is pulled one time for every year of age in Argentina. The card that comes out with that is the Ten of Pentacles. And I love that it's a card of family. So there's an energy here of it's like the little things that we may see as like minor annoyances when we're children, or it's like, if you're like, oh, mom, like you're embarrassing me, stop it. But if you lose a family member or if things fall apart, it's almost playing off of the nostalgia in the previous card. But it's like it's the things that we miss sort of growing up. And it's like one day you turn 55 and you're like, I wish somebody would pull on my ear like they did. But I think what's also here is it's like you're going to come into a space where it's like you decide what the traditions are. And it's like if you're 55 and you have children or grandchildren, or if you're like 75 and you have children or grandchildren, then you can tell them, like, hey, pull in my ear 75 times or 55 times. And in that, it's almost like, again, it's like, when you're a baby, maybe you don't like the taste of vegetables, but as you mature, you come into it, your taste buds change. There's something about maturation here. So on March 10th, there is a question. I already saw the answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I accidentally looked at it. It says, name about town. Which of the following towns is located in Idaho? Is it accident, bald head, or good grief? Which of the following towns is located in Idaho? Accident, bald head, or good grief? Pause it if you want. The answer is good grief. Good grief is located in Idaho. Accident is in Maryland, and bald head is in Maine. Good grief is interesting, especially coming off of this, especially coming off of this energy. Good grief with this 10 of Pentacles. Also, again, backed by the 6 of Cups. It's like when we lose something precious to us, that it hurts, but there's so much love or joy or happiness behind it that we're comforted. We're comforted by the very thing that we lose as we're going through our time of loss. And it feels like a good grief. Like, I'm glad that, like, although this hurts, I'm glad that this is something that I'm experiencing. I'm glad to have someone close enough to me that I feel this way right now. Because even if it didn't work out, even if they passed, even if they moved on, I know that I lived. And it's like, wow. It doesn't necessarily make it suck, the grief suck any less, but it feels like there are some kinds of good grief. And it's also good to grieve. If the 5 of Cups comes out, oh, it's the star. I love that. Because the star, it's speaking of healing. It's speaking of that healing and good grief. A lot of times it's like, we're told to move on or let go or whatever. But it's like, oh, wow. There's a little bit of an energy of a miscarriage here because of the stork. And so it makes me think of a lost baby or a lost child. I was walking in the cemetery with my mom yesterday, and I saw a headstone with like 3 people, like with 3 boxes on it. I was like, 3 boxes? Like, what's that about? But I saw that one of the people on the tombstone was only like 6 years old. I was like, oh, so it was a child. Okay. But again, it feels like there's healing in this grief, right? Especially with the 6 of Pentacles or the 6 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. Like, it feels like a full life or a life lived fully. It feels like a life without regrets. It feels like a life that's celebrated at its end and mourned. And it also speaks of like someone going to join the stars. It's almost giving me Hercules energy. It's so Hercules is one of the movies that I used to grief watch whenever I was like super depressed or whenever I needed to do homework. Like whenever I was like really down or I was in a period of coming out of being really down and having a lot of work to do, I would watch Hercules, Disney's Hercules. And it was what, like last year or a few months ago, when like going the distance popped into my mind. It's like, oh my gosh, like I've gone the distance. Anyway, after 2 years, I finally started playing Kingdom Hearts 3. And one of the first places you go to is Olympus. And so I got to assist in the video game, which is still cool. I got to help Hercules in that pivotal scene in Disney's Hercules. And I was like, wow, like the imagery, the synchronicity in this, like, girl, you've done it, like you did it. And then they make a constellation out of him. It's that energy of like someone who's gone on to join the stars. And we can still grieve, but it's a good grief. It's not one that will necessarily be lost in forever, at the very least. Because it comes in like, this person, like, they would have wanted me to live a full life. So I'm going to do that for them in part and for me. March 11th, we have a sneeze can travel as fast as 100 miles per hour. Those germs are going quick, and people don't want to wear a mask. Sorry. There's something here about like preemptively covering a sneeze. Like if you know you're about to sneeze, then cover it. Because if you sneeze and then try to cover it, most of what you're trying to contain, it's already out there. The card that came out here is the Ace of Pentacles. March 11th is almost a year, at least since stuff started getting locked down here. And so I guess it's talking about the world that will result from this. It's like it shut everything down so quickly. It brought so many things to the light almost as quickly, especially on like a relative time scale. A lot has happened in a short amount of time. It's almost carrying like that Paul Revere, not Paul Revere. What was it? Was it the War of 1776? The shot heard around the world or something like that? How something so small and seemingly insignificant can have such a huge impact in like a relatively short amount of time. Or all that it's like a chain reaction powder keg like explosion type of energy. And it's something as innocent as a sneeze, right? It's also carrying this energy of like, you can be having a great day, but one person makes one little comment and you allow your whole day to be ruined. It's like how the things that we choose to focus on, either negatively or positively, can have so much momentum behind it, but it speaks of the things that are already supported by that. Because one thing like a sneeze in and of itself isn't going to get anybody else sick necessarily, but it's whatever sickness that you already have within you that's externalized in that sneeze that's going to get somebody sick. It's what you're already thinking or feeling about yourself that's going to give someone else's comment about you, either good or bad, a lot more traction. And with the Ace of Pentacles, it's almost like, especially coming after the star. Ah, ooh, the Ace and the 10 are the same. But it's like, especially coming after the star, it's about changing the things on the back end to accelerate this new sort of life that you want to have, that we now have the opportunity for in this sort because of everything that's happened so quickly. It's like what would have taken a long time before maybe can happen in a shorter amount of time now. Maybe because a lot of businesses or a lot of people have had to adjust and adapt as everything got shut down. They're more flexible to things now than they were before when it was like, well, things have to be this way, things have to be that way. But it wasn't until things weren't, it's not until like certain roads were shut down that other detours or other byways were opened up. March 12th. This is my buddy's birthday. Shout out to Mike. Astronomy compels the soul to look upward and leads us from this world to another. I love that. It compels us to look upward and it leads us from this world to another. There's a new world. Am I pulling the cards before the day? Because that's what it's feeling like. This is Plato in Greek. Plato, Greek philosopher. What's interesting with this being Plato is that in his time, maybe astronomy and astrology were less separate. And especially since he says it compels the soul to look upward, it almost feels like it carries more of an energy of astrology. But because of the progression of history and sciences and modern belief, it would be more sort of acceptable or more feasible to think that he meant astronomy. And if Plato said it, it would have had to have been translated from the original Greek because, Plato probably didn't speak English for this to be a direct, non translated quote. The card that comes out here is the Hermit. So this is carrying an as above, so below type of energy, especially like look at the colors and the landscape in this. It's like the stars above reflect or mirror some story below. But that upward influence, that higher influence, it's like it elevates us almost like a helicopter. It gives us a little bit of a bird's eye view so we can see our situation with a little bit more clarity and a little bit more of a totality sort of sense, and it makes it a little bit easier to navigate. So this speaks of context in navigating one's life. And with the Ace of Pentacles behind it, it's like, oh, look, he's shining the Ace of Pentacles towards that. So that's navigating this in between, this world in between, this in between timelines, this fourth density, fourth dimension, or whatever, between the 3D and the 5D to get to the world that we want, right? So next is, is this a new moon? Yep. This is the 13th new moon, and it was the new moon in Pisces. So this covers from the new moon Pisces, full moon Libra, new moon of Aries. Daylight savings time began at 2 a.m. and it was Mothering Sunday on the UK, the weekend of the 13th and 14th. The first mechanical clock, powered by dripping water, is thought to have been invented by Chinese mathematician and Buddhist monk I Ching around 725 AD. Xia Xing, I Ching, Xia, right? Xiao, yeah, I Ching. So not I Ching, I Ching. The first mechanical clock powered by I wish Russ was here because he'd be like, "Oh, that was in the epoch of air or whatever." I feel like he'd have like the astrological breakdown of what was happening around 725 AD. That's a 14.5 because that's 7.7, right? Hold up, wait. This clock goes to 20. No, hold up, wait. Okay, so it goes from 1 to 12 twice. I guess from AM to PM. And so it fits the whole day on one face rather than us needing to do two rotations throughout the day. It accounts for one in the whole day. The card that came out is the Princess of Pentacles. This one is a lot more confusing, but it's also the day of the new moon in Pisces. So, but as a Pisces, I feel like I should be able to glean something, right? The mechanical clock powered by dripping water. I feel like the dripping water is important because that gives the Piscean element. So there is an energy here. It feels like it's almost like demystifying. Oh my gosh, I talked about this at the beginning. Maybe this was the beginning of recorded time, right? Well, no, because they had sundials before that. So not necessarily. But it's the beginning of time kept by something other than the sun. And because time was kept by something other than the sun, it made it a lot less like you don't have to know what season it is or where you are on the surface of the planet to know that, like, if the dial points to this and it's in this season, then it's like this o'clock. Because it's like in the winter time, it gets dark a lot quicker, a lot sooner than in the summer. And so time in the winter and time in the summer were very different. But this is something that has the power to standardize time. And so it feels like, in some ways, it's using a Neptunian energy or a feminine Jupiterian energy through the space of Pisces to demystify something. A lot of times, Neptune is responsible for like illusions and things of that nature. But it's like it's using the power of Neptune to make something less illusionary. And in a way that puts us in a position to, it changes how we live life. We're able to live life in a new way because of that with this Princess of Pentacles. It's the Page of Pentacles. I don't know why I keep calling her a princess today. But with this Page of Pentacles, it provides us a new way of living life. It liberates us in some way. Because again, now we don't have to rely on now we don't have to rely on the tracking of the stars in the sky to tell the time. We can just tell the time using an earthbound element rather than the things in the sky. It changes how we navigate, right? It's like it's given an energy of like the invention of the compass and using the Earth's natural electromagnetic field rather than needing to locate the North Star in the sky. Some may say that's where we went wrong. Some others may say progress. It's the nature of progress, right? It's the nature of evolution that things change and that they accommodate a growing, evolving society, a progressive sort of society. And so as technology evolves, then it's like so too must other things evolve. But maybe in reality, those other things have been like stunted. And that's why we're like, it's still the Page of Pentacles, even though it could be like at least the Knight, right? Because some progress has been made. March 15, the Ides of March. This is the Eastern Orthodox Lent begins. Benito Juarez's birthday observed in Mexico. In ancient Roman lunar calendar, In the ancient Roman lunar calendar, the Ides were the 15th days of some months, including Martius or March, and the 13th in others. Ides were originally meant to mark the full moon, the halfway point of a lunar month. Oh, Mimi said that. She said that there were 13 months in the year. Okay. And that was the 13th new moon in that year. And so it's like we mark, but then my thing is that like wouldn't you just mark a new year after the 12th one? No, because the year was marked astrologically by the sun in Aries. And so there would have been some alignment that they would have known, okay, the sun is in Aries. Hey Mimi. They would have known when the sun was in Aries. So it was the 15th or the 13th, depending on where the full moon was. So the new moon is the beginning of one month and the end of another month, which makes sense because, but it's interesting because now we're in a period where the first moon in a lunation cycle of a zodiac season is the full moon instead of the new moon. And so there's an energy of something being flipped on its head. I know that's the sun, but it's low key giving me Aztec Mayan calendar vibes because of the sun in the middle. What's the card here? Ha! The card here is Karma, which is judgment in this deck, but look at that. Solar eclipse. New moon energy. I feel like this need more cards. So they would have killed Caesar on the full moon. And if it's in March, in Western, that's a full moon in Virgo. And it makes sense because they believe that with the death of Caesar, it would have brought a kind of cleansing to the Roman Empire. But it actually kind of sort of did the opposite, I believe. I think they had a few more bad emperors after Caesar before they were like, yeah, let's not do that anymore. And then the Roman Empire eventually crumbled, right? There's an energy here of a shifting of the calendar. It feels like there's a certain element of intervention. It reminds me of a show that I watched where there was a certain astrological alignment that would it made the characters believe that basically the world would have ended. And so they had to move the moon. But when they moved the moon, it screwed up everything. Because everything going back to this, everything was it's like the moon had such a huge impact on the external circumstances that made magic more dependable and reliable. But because they moved the moon, it changed everything. And the moon was upset with them after. So that also didn't help. The moon was like mad. The moon is like, you moved me, girl. Well, I ain't gonna do nothing. But that's the energy here. And it took three people to move the moon, and they had to develop like moon brain and to develop moon brain or lunacy. They had to like stay awake for 7 days straight with no sleep. And then after they stayed awake for 7 days, they could see the aura around the moon. If the aura was red, it's like she's not going to listen to you. When the aura is green, she's ready to hear your sort of your request. And there was a ritual that they had to hold and maintain until her aura shifted from red to green, and then they were able to cast the spell to move the moon. But also, what they didn't know was that there was another group of characters who were trying to, in some ways, who were inadvertently trying to prevent, one second, trying to prevent someone else from utilizing something. It was like when something this powerful gets in the wrong hands, it causes trouble. Something powerful was in the wrong hands. They were going to use the the alignment. They would have had enough magic during that alignment to take it back. They didn't know that. Eventually, they end up collaborating with that person to prevent to get the more to get the world seed from the hands of the bad people. And she was like, "That's what I was trying to do when y'all like screwed up the moon." Anyway, that energy is here for some reason. Today and tomorrow is the new year according to the God you follow, sacred Hebrew Enoch calendar of 364 days, first day of the sacred new year. Oh, on a new moon. That would have started on a new moon, roughly. Well, I guess the new moon was like yesterday, but roughly. Oh, that's the aura of the moon. So yeah, this is people with moon brain seeing the aura of the moon and making their request. That, but the aura of the moon is white. It kind of feels a little misguided, honestly. Maybe because with the Ides of March, it's like they killed Caesar, but Rome continued to suffer after Caesar. I don't know. March, Martius. Would that have been the month of Mars? I don't know. Okay. So, 316, no matter how much you push the envelope, it'll still be stationary. That's a little play on words. That's very, yeah, see, because here under karma and this moon, oops, they made a request to, then it's like no matter how much you push the envelope, it'll still be stationary. It didn't change anything. Maybe that goes back to the energy of justice and how, and the more mundane way that we seek justice, we just continue to keep certain karmic cycles turning and spinning. It'll still be stationary. No matter how much you push it, it still won't move. The card that came out here is the Knight of Wands. And I feel like the message is like, it doesn't do, it's like you're burning one to try to grow the other. But eventually, this land too will be burned. It's selfish. Doesn't see outside of itself and the fulfillment of its own ego. That's why it's not going to play out the way we think. And again, this was around the new moon in Pisces, where now we just had the new moon in Aries. So between the new moon in Pisces and the new moon in Aries, it's like, did we put any effort or work into what we wish to see in any tangible way? It's like, how did we end the last year? Because in a sense of continuity, and the continuity that we force upon the element of Earth, or that exists on Earth, honestly, it's a mixture. The way you end one year and the way you start one another isn't so separate. And that's why it's like, if you're going to have a New Year's resolution, it's probably best to begin preparing yourself to make that change rather than trying to make it suddenly and immediately. And it's not that it can't happen, but it's that it's a lot less likely to. Ghetto Nun is doing her prayer events for May 5th and 6th, and it's the 2 days for first fruits on the biblical calendar. The way that linked up blew your mind. I don't know what first fruits is or the biblical calendar, but if you saw the synchronicity, girl, then I'm sure it means something. I think what's happening around May 5th or 6th? I feel like something is going on around there. Maybe, maybe not. I might be crazy. I might be crazy. Let me see. Is there like a new moon or something going around there? Because I feel like I remember seeing May 5th. Oh, wait. Oops. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, Venus is going to be conjuncting my moon on the 6th. Okay. Well, the moon will be in Pisces, so that's a few days before the new moon in Taurus. Mars will be, ooh, I'll be coming into a Mars conjunction. That's the only other thing you can think of. Okay. Oh, 555, May 5th on the 21st. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that I was like, oh my gosh. The moon and Lilith will be like a degree and a half away from Neptune. Jupiter is going to be in the 29th degree of Aquarius. Pluto is going to be retrograde by then. The North Node will be 10 degrees, entering the first decan of Gemini. Yeah, maybe that was it. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't May 5th. Maybe something else was supposed to happen. I guess I'll find out. I don't know. Now I'm curious. Now I'm wondering if something is going to happen on the 5th or the 6th. You say it's the day of first fruits? Well, maybe something will come to fruition or something. I'll be looking forward to it. Okay. So no matter how much you push the envelope, it'll still be stationary. I feel like that speaks to, again, it's like, we're thinking that we're doing something revolutionary by killing Caesar, but in reality, it doesn't do much of anything. And the Roman Empire falls anyway. So, but that's sort of the short sightedness of the Knight of Wands as well. So, March 17th, St. Patrick's Day and Evacuation Day in Suffolk County, Massachusetts. It says Lucky Bamboo, Dracana Sanderiana, aka D. Brawny, is native to Africa but now grown around the world as a good luck houseplant. So Lucky Bamboo is native to Africa but grown around the world as a good luck houseplant. It reminds me of the Mexican money tree too. Somebody else I watch on YouTube just got a Mexican money tree. I don't know anything about a Mexican money tree, but it sounds like it carries the same energy as the Mexican money tree. It's native to Africa, but now grown around the world. I don't know. It carries a question of like, was it given or was it stolen? Is it one of the many things that were taken from Africa? There's a little bit of an energy of entitlement here. What it reminds me of, though, it's that like the same energy that you put into getting something is the energy that it's going to carry. And so, if this is something that you had to murder and enslave and steal for, then it's probably not going to bring you the luck that it could have brought you had it been given under a different set of circumstances. That, in turn, reminds me of this: the Ides of March, the revolution, and how it didn't actually change anything, right? If the way of going about fixing your country is through murder and betrayal, then you're perpetuating that energy of murder and betrayal. And if you become the successor of a throne that was taken through murder and betrayal, then you can probably expect to be murdered and betrayed yourself. Honestly. And that's why it's like this Mayan calendar energy here. Because the Mayan calendar was a circle. And again, it takes me to that energy of like the way you end one year is probably going to be the way you start the next. And so it's not going to be the revolution that you think it'll be. But that's again, that's the short-sightedness of the Knight of Wands. It feels like that's the ego of man that devil energy plays on, that shadowy Hierophant energy will play on to get you to think that you're going to get something special. It reminds me of Dante's Inferno. Dante was a crusader and he went to hell. And he was like, what gives? Like, I was told that if I go and kill these people, that I would make it to heaven. And devil energy is like, do you really believe that God like did you actually legitimately think that if you go out and murder somebody else, the God that you believe in, you think that he would be like, yeah, go out and murder them and it's a free ticket to heaven, girl, when God is supposed to be love, when it's like love thy neighbor as thyself? Like, what did Jesus come for? Hello? For y'all to go and do this foolishness? Anyway, it's a little bit of that energy as well. The card that comes out here is the High Priestess. I love that the High Priestess came out as opposed to that Hierophant. Because the High Priestess is like, yeah, this is more of the same. And with the Ides marking the full moon, with the moon at her feet, and again, going back to this energy before it, it feels like because of the decision and choice that we made, time actually stands still. It's like we've entered a period of timelessness because divine time isn't marked by a succession of minutes, days, or hours. The divine time is marked by progression and growth and a deepening connection that we have with spirit. And collectively, humanity has gotten pretty far from it in the ways that we treat each other and in the ways that we feel justified in treating each other. And again, very Knight of Wands. It's carrying the energy of karma. If you burn someone else's lands to ensure the growth of your own, karmically, you're reaping the same. What's interesting in this is that there is no full moon, right? We have the crescent, a waxing crescent and a waning crescent on both of the pillars, and the moon at her feet isn't full. There's something broken, something, it's not connecting. And again, this is the High Priestess. The shadowy Hierophant is the one that was like, go and murder people and you will get into heaven. And then all the Crusaders were like, not only were they murdering people, they were also taking women and doing all kinds of atrocious things. And it's like, yeah, okay. All right, well. And then at the end of the day, it's like in what world would that make sense? That's why it's nice to be mindful of certain Hierophant energies, at the very least. So next is March 18, which is another special Pisces' birthday. Shout out to my auntie. I just saw her. According to folklore, the crescent moon. Oh, here we got these crescent moons. We got 3 crescent moons in this card. I told y'all these cards be talking about the previous day more so than the one we own, it seems. But we're moving forward through day to day, right? According to folklore, the crescent moon is wet when its tips are upright, smiling, because it is said to hold water in its bowl. It is dry when its tips point sideways, allowing water to pour out. So we got 2 wet moons, or we got 2 dry moons here. Dry moon there, dry moon there. And we have 1 wet moon here. And the wet moon is like the seat of the throne of the High Priestess. The dry moon is us living between light and dark down here, where the High Priestess sits wet in between. This is a High Priestess that is wet for some good Hierophant energy, because with the masculine Hierophant energy that's down here, she dry. She can't help but be dry. It's like, girl, like, I don't want any of that. Ew, like, no thank you. And she's like, y'all should be dry too. Like, why are y'all wet for this? Hello? Why are y'all so wet for this? I don't know. I mean, this is why. High Priestess is like, why y'all so wet for this? And this is that F boy mentality. He get wet for anything. It's like, okay. Also, oh, that's the Big Dipper. It's the constellation of the Big Dipper, but it feels like it's on its side, like it's pouring out, rather than it being like upright and holding water. Or wait, where is it? Yeah, rather than it being like upright or however it goes, it feels like it's pouring out. I actually think we had a few wet moons though. I think we did have a few wet moons. It might have been around this time because I remember coming on and I was like, the crescent moon is like on the bottom. Like, is the moon usually like that? I think we had some wet moons, but these two moons are dry. She got two dry moons and one wet moon, and unfortunately, I don't know. The Knight of Cups is here though. The Knight of Cups is interesting. This feels like a Knight of Cups that's afraid of being wet. Like, look how the knight is looking at the water. Like, oh, slow down, little horsey. Don't actually get in the water. Like, we're carrying this cup, but yeah, we don't want all that water. Like, we want just enough water to like wet our whistle, but not like we don't want to like get all the way in there. But it feels like it's like a dry wine or something. This wet and dry is all new to you. Yeah, wet and dry, that's new to me too. I ain't know what a wet moon or a dry moon was, but Balmer's Almanac is giving you the info according to folklore. And most of the moons, and it's interesting that a lot of the moons that we associate with being a crescent moon, they're dry. But it's not interesting if you look at it from a hierophant or a high priestess perspective. But yeah, I've never noticed how like hesitant this Knight of Cups is about the actual element of water. Like, look at him or her. Look at them. It's like, ooh, that horse is getting a little too close to the water, getting a little too close. It's like, we ain't trying to be wet, wet. That's too wet. It feels like, though, it feels like an energy of willful ignorance. And it's willful ignorance because it's like, if you, it feels like being it feels like empathic overload. It's like if you connect too much, like there's so much hurt and there's so much pain on this planet that it's like you would just like your system would go into psychic shock because there's too much. And so we keep ourselves fairly dry. Like we want to be in the water, but we don't want to be in the water. And it's like because we didn't want to fully be in the water, it kept us in a space of complacency. And it kept us, I don't want to say asleep, but excusing things that were not necessarily excusable. No. So it says like, oops. It says that if the crescent moon is like this, it's wet. But if the crescent moon is like that, it's dry. Where the points point upward like a smile. If it looks like a smile, it's wet. But on the side, the water pours out. Because it's like a bowl, right? Like this will hold water, but that spills water and that spills water. Only this one holds it. That's the wet one. Yeah. And we have a lot of either that side, both waxing and waning are dry most of the time we look at it. But if the moon is smiling, I think it would grow that way. So that would only be what, a waxing crescent? Because if it's waning, then it'll be an upside down bowl, and that's bone dry. The other ones are dry. That one bone dry. That's a bone dry moon. But I saw some wet moons because I was like, "Whoa, that's weird. Does the moon do that?" High Priestess is like, "Yeah, girl. When she wet, she do." It's like when dudes talk about. Sorry to be graphic, but it's like when dudes talk about how like primed the female body isn't for them, and they talk about it in the sense of pride. But it's like if you knew female anatomy, you would know that that means that like she wasn't that into it. Because if she were, her body would be ready. And it's all again, it's like, and then the pleasure and the joy and the satisfaction that they get out of all of that resistance, it kind of speaks beyond. It speaks to dynamics beyond just physical intercourse, I guess. So fascinating, and this would also make sense as to when Native Americans trim their hair too. Yeah, I don't. So they trim their hair on the wet moon and not the dry moon. So next is another question. Oh crap! I already read the answer again. So, what word with a pair of its letters reversed becomes its own opposite? On the 19th of March, after this knight that is super hesitant to get into, it's the Knight of Cups who's afraid of water. What with a pair of its letters reversed becomes its own opposite? The answer is united. United, if you change around just a few of the letters in the middle, what is unite? And I feel like that's the energy of all of the people. Anybody who will be like, by by you expressing your dissatisfaction with the system, you're causing disruption. And it's like, okay, so me talking about how you've wronged me is causing a lack of harmony rather than you owning up to the fact and maybe changing some behavior so that like this doesn't happen anymore. But I'm the problem. I'm the problem because you do this to me and I say something about it. I'm the problem for not just taking it silently. Okay, yeah, no. That's not how this works. If that's how this works, if silence brought peace and harmony, girl, the world would be a much better place than it is today. But that's not the case. We have to be willing to be uncomfortable. And this Knight of Cups, although it's well intentioned, how are you afraid of the water? The card that came out here is the Nine of Swords. It's a phobia, okay? I'm afraid of the water because when I was a child, I almost drowned. And it's like, okay, girl, but did you die? Spirit is like, okay, but did you die though? Maybe not. Maybe spirit ain't like that. But it's like, okay, but did you die though? Okay, but did you die? Like, oh, this happened to you and now you're afraid. Okay, but did you die? It's that energy of like what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It didn't happen to you to take you out, and it didn't happen to you to cause you to be traumatized and afraid your whole life. Because it's that trauma and that fear that's going to keep you separate from the very thing that you wish for. It's your lack of a willingness to be uncomfortable that keeps you stuck where you are, wishing you do something different, but never actually doing it. And then here's High Priestess between these two dry moons saying, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Honestly, I'm gonna wait for the one that can get me wet like this. Because right now, I'm dry on both sides. The light ain't all that, and the dark ain't all that either. And it's because of a lack of, I don't know, maybe it's the lack of balance between the light work and the dark work within self. Shout out to Queen Cup. They trim their hair according to the moon cycle, always during waxing, but certain times during a waxing or a full moon full. Oh, okay. So the next one is March 20th and 21st. This is first quarter moon, spring begins. It was the spring equinox. At the equinoxes, the sun rises exactly in the east and sets exactly in the west. That makes sense. That's why the night and the day are the same. So, depending on the rotation of the axis of the Earth, that's why in one space you'll get more light, but in the other space you'll get less light. Or maybe it's not the rotation of the axis, it's the, what is it? No, because it makes a full revolution every 24 hours. That's a day. Maybe it is the rotation on the axis. Oh yeah, because it rotates like this throughout the year, right? It does a little bit of that. And so when you're pointed closer to the sun, you have a longer day. When you're pointed away from the sun, you have a longer night. I think. I don't know, girl. Is the high priestess gonna get wet for this? Mm. Five of Cups. I don't think so. I thought maybe because it's like equal night and equal day, and she had the two dry pillars. The energy of the moon promotes hair growth, which is why farmers follow the moon for planting and crops. It's a good time for facial masks, feeding your body nutrition, and healing. The absorption is faster and more potent. Oh, okay. It is the farmer's almanac, so they would know stuff like that. How do I think your hair got so long? But like, if we encounter the moon anyway, then isn't it gonna naturally grow in those times? But I guess you would cut it in a time where it's not gonna grow. I don't know. See, when it comes into all that, I'm like, that's too. I'm like, that's too many rules for me. I'm just like, I don't know. If it grow, it grow. If it don't, it don't. It's too restrictive for me. I need more freedom than that. My North Node is in Sagittarius. I got to be free to cut my hair when I want to. So the Five of Cups came out for the equinox. What is this? Okay. So the East and the West. This is giving me the energy of, oh my gosh, that's when I went to my buddy's place. I went to my buddy's on the 20th. I think it was the 20th. Because that was Sunday. I was supposed to go. No, I went on the 21st. I was supposed to go on Monday, but he came that day. Speaking of hair, that's when my mom braided my hair. And then when I took my braids out, I was like, oh my gosh, my hair is so long. Waxing is to slow growth. Okay, that's different seasons for people's hair growth too. So you're right about that. Yeah. That's the one thing that when you like, for me personally, whenever I hear people talk about certain moon cycles, like, oh, this moon is really good for this and this moon is really good for that. But it's like we get those moons every year, right? A new moon in Aries happens every year, a full moon in Sagittarius happens every year. And so, in my mind, it's like if we just go along with the natural ebb and flow of life, we'll just naturally sync up to what we're supposed to be doing when we're supposed to be doing it. And it feels really disjointed, I guess. It feels very jerky when we're like, oh, this is happening, do this. Oh, that's happening, do that. Instead of just naturally like going with the flow. And so that's at least that's what I've been feeling led to do for the past however long. When I stopped like I'll talk about the moons every now and then, but like even when it comes to the transits, it's like if Mars is in Gemini now, it's gonna be in Cancer next, and then it's gonna be in Leo, and then it's gonna be in Virgo. It's not random. Everything happens in a smooth transition, and so it's about it's like kneading the dough of your life, getting out all the kinks and the bumps. But I don't know, that's just me personally. But with the east and the west here, it's reminding me of Radamanthus and Aeacus, the two judges of the underworld. And I've been thinking about it lately because it feels like Radamanthus and Aeacus are just enough that Minos is not necessary. He cast the deciding vote, but his vote only counts when Radamanthus and Aeacus can't agree. And it feels like Radamanthus and Aeacus agree on most things. And so this is Minos sitting in the space of the Five of Cups. Like, well, when is it going to be my turn to do something? And it's like, well, it was your turn to do everything when you were alive, but you didn't do it. You didn't do what you could have done when you had the opportunity for it to have its greatest impact. And so now that your time is over, now that your moment has passed, it's all this regret, like, oh, I should have this when I had the opportunity. I should have did that when I had the opportunity, but I was stuck in my own ways. I was too afraid of what would happen if I would have fully been open that, I did what I felt justified doing in the time that I did it. And it's like, okay, well, because you did what you did when you felt what was whatever, now you got to put up with the consequences. Like you could have been a judge, you could have had your own domain, But now you get stuck not really doing anything because you didn't do anything when you had the opportunity. There's an energy of justice here. There's an energy of balance here between the night and the day. And it's like when it was your time in the light, you were too busy focused about the money and the women or the dudes and the cars, too focused on the status to have any substance. And now that it's the dark time, and it's like if you're playing Minecraft. I've never played Minecraft, but it's like if you're playing Minecraft and when it's the daytime, you're going around having fun, but you never built that shelter. So now it's the nighttime and the zombies are coming. You ain't got nowhere to lay your head because when you had the opportunity, you didn't do anything. And it's a shame because Minos he inherited the kingdom of what, Asterion? The kingdom of Asterion, that throne came out as like the angel energy. The angel was also the divine ancestry. Minos and Rhadamanthus were brothers. They shared the same ancestry. Minos inherited the throne and then gave birth to a monster because he didn't want to sacrifice what he had to sacrifice when it was his time to sacrifice. He didn't sacrifice the white cow the cow was literally given to him to sacrifice it. But then he didn't want to sacrifice it when the time came. It's like you don't want to do what you need to do when the time is and the opportunity is there. And so when the moment's passed and you find yourself in a position that you don't like, that's on you because you should have done it. Now that things are beginning to balance out between the light and the dark, it's on you because you should have done it. And again, united and untied. The difference is the rearrangement of a few letters. It's not anything new. Nothing new is introduced there. It's where you place the letters that gives you that energy. And again, that's all these dry moons. It's like we doing all this moon stuff, but the moon is dry. The moon ain't even wet for what you're trying to do. The moon's aura is still red. She's red. She's not listening to you. You ain't got the moon brain. You ain't developed the lunacy. You don't have that true connection with the moon to know when it's favorable to ask her something and when it's not favorable to ask her something. And if you ask her for something when it's not favorable, she's going to F you up. And if you ask for something when it is favorable and it's less than what she is wanting, she's going to F you up. Like she's the moon. If cancers can be moody, girl, y'all working with the moon. She's literally the embodiment of moody. That's why I don't mess with her. I just leave her alone. I'm like, girl, I'm gonna live my life. You live your life, and if we on the same page, when we on the same page, that's cool. If you want to like bless me and what I'm already doing, that's cool. But it moved too much. She's too fickle. She go through every sign in 28 days, and then in my mind, it's like if you're gonna work with the moon, it would be best to work at the apex of that energy. A lot of people say, oh, the energy is open for X amount of time. But it's like if the full moon is on the 12th UTC, but it's on the 11th for you, but you working on the 12th, it's like you're out of that window, girl. She's already in Taurus. Especially with these like new moons happening in the later degrees. It happened at what, like 20 something degrees? By the next day, girl, she in Taurus. She ain't even there no more. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like building games. I'm a fighting game. I like action. Minecraft is too. It ain't got enough action for me. Sorry, I just went off a little bit, but that's fine. Yeah. That's why, like, with astrology in general, especially listening to people, it was like, oh, don't do this here, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And it's like, okay, but when can I? And especially if people are following like decades to centuries old astrology, then it's like astrology is a science, so it's valid. But it's not a science that I want to continue to. I'd rather be on the other side of energies. I'm working on the blank side, the side that is yet to be created. I don't know. But this is that it's I don't know, whatever it's doing, it ain't doing it right. It ain't doing it right. Anyway, you feel like your spiritual path wasn't even about you anymore because it felt like a job after a while. You had to do this at this time, make sure this was here, and blah blah blah. Yeah, I don't like I've never really been I'm like, if it ain't working for me, it ain't for me. But also I've had a pretty good sense of like knowing what is for me, what isn't for me, and allowing things to like after it's their time, I just move on. I don't try to hold anything beyond its time really. It's like if it's not working, I'm not gonna fight to keep it. Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe somebody will. So anyway, on to the 22nd. So this equinox, the start of Aries season, it brought all the fire. Aries brought all of the fire. It's fine. March 22nd. So fruitastic, jackfruit, which likely originated in India, is the world's largest tree fruit, weighing up to 100 pounds and growing up to 36 inches long and 20 inches in diameter. Girl, I didn't know jackfruit was so big. I think jackfruit was speaking of coronavirus and losing your sense of taste. I watched the Try Guys video a long time ago where it's like the Try Guys picked mystery ingredients that the Try Wives had to put into a dish. And Zach had Maggie use jackfruit. She was like, we got this jackfruit and I don't know how to use it. So I'm gonna give it to Maggie because maybe she'll figure it out. But Maggie had COVID. She was getting over it and she still didn't have her sense of taste back fully. And so she made the dish way spicy because she couldn't really taste it. It was too hot for him. He still liked it, but it was spicy because the sense of taste wasn't there. And so that's what I'm picking up here. It's like we're trying to create something, but we don't have and again, it's coming out with these energies and with the anxiety that is the Nine of Swords. It's coming out with these energies. It's like we don't have the connection to it to properly gauge it. The card that's coming out here is the Page of Wands. Speaking of something being overly spicy. So it's too much. It's too much enthusiasm. It's too much. I've never noticed the cat here. Is this a different has this always been the Page of Wands? Because I used to confuse the Page of Wands for the Fool in this deck all the time. All the time I used to confuse the Page of Wands with the Fool, but the Fool has a dog. The Page of Wands has a cat. To be fair, I had cataracts and I couldn't see. So I've never noticed this cat before. Shout out to Eve. I just watched her Pisces video, the animal spirit, and the cat came out as an animal of independence or as a need to be independent or coming into a space of independence. This page looks so young. I think this is the youngest looking card in the deck. This page is literally a child. What I'm noticing is there's a lot more solar plexus than there is root chakra, right? With the yellow tunic and the red shawl, there's a lot more solar plexus than root. And so it feels like it takes on more than what it can. It's like its eyes are bigger than its stomach. And so it's like if you're ordering fruit, right? And you're like, I want like 5 apples, 5 oranges, and 5 bananas, and also give me 5 jackfruits because I'm trying to make a smoothie. And I want 5 smoothies, so there's going to be 1 jackfruit, 1 apple, 1 orange, 1 banana, and whatever liquid base you use. And somebody's like, are you sure you want 5 jackfruit? And you're like, yeah, because I want one for each. And you're like, well, jackfruit's like they're pretty big. Like compared to apples, oranges, and bananas, the jackfruit is pretty big. Are you sure you want 5? And you're like, yeah, I know I want 5. Like, give me 5. And then you get the jackfruit, and you're like, these things are huge. Like, why did I get so much? But the shadow side of this energy is like, wow, the person at the store should have told me that a jackfruit like 1 jackfruit is as big as 5 apples. So I didn't need 5. I only needed like at the most 2. Like they should have told me. But it's like they did. They did tell you. You weren't listening. You thought that the jackfruit was as big as your average, ordinary, everyday fruit, but it's not. It's a lot bigger. That's why the person tried to convince you otherwise. And so in that energy, it feels like maybe we were being slowed down in a certain area. Maybe we were being detoured in a certain area. Maybe we were being led to heal more or to do more, but we didn't. And so we're not prepared when it actually comes time to do it. It's like our eyes were bigger than our stomach in this way. It's not necessarily bad, right? Because you find what to do with the extra jackfruit. You can still continue moving forward. And like this is day 2 of Aries season. And it makes sense, with Aries being the headstrong, go, go, go energy that it is, it may not necessarily think through everything. It may not necessarily have the experience. And so it's an energy of overcommitting a little bit. There's a little bit of an overcommitment here. And now we're getting closer to the Libra full moon, closer and closer to the Libra full moon after the Pisces new moon. So, right, maybe the Pisces new moon was like, oh my gosh, like I have this new vision, I want to do it. Maybe the Libra full moon is going to be showing you the areas and ways in which you're limited, where you don't necessarily stack up, where the scales are still unbalanced, right? So, March 23, people hiccup most commonly in the evening. For me, for me, that's taken an energy of like sometimes I'll pretend that I have the hiccups, but I'll actually give myself the hiccups. And pretending that I have the hiccups. It's like I'm not gonna do it because then it will actually happen. The card that comes out here is death. Death is Scorpio. And so it ties two Aries through co-rulership by Mars. So death is the feminine aspect of Mars. With death being the feminine aspect of Mars, it feels like the result. It feels like Aries is the action, Scorpio is the result. Libra would be the action, Taurus would be the result, Gemini would be the action, Virgo would be the result, Sagittarius would be the action, Pisces would be the result, Capricorn is the action, Aquarius is the result. Is that all of them? And then Cancer and Leo are sort of self contained, they're their own action and result. Or technically, it's like, not technically. All right, Mimi. It's like Cancer would be the action. Ophiuchus would be the result, but we don't know much about the result. And honestly, when it comes to the moon, we don't care because we feel justified within our own emotions. We don't care about the consequence or what the result is. And a lot of times it's misattributed, right? That goes back to that misconception when it comes to justice and a lot of other things. Anyway, March 23rd, people hiccup most commonly in the evening. So I guess with the death card, especially taking my own experience, it's an energy of self-fulfilling prophecies. It's an energy of self-fulfilling prophecies through the space of misconception. It's an energy of misplaced power. Or it's an energy where we place our power in things that we don't actually want, and so we invite them to happen. This person is like, oh my gosh, like I told y'all death would come, like nobody listened to me. This person is welcoming the energy of death. It's presenting flowers to death. And death isn't moved. Death is like not even like death don't even see that person down there. And the horse don't want it either. Maybe the horse is like, I'm sorry, kid, I'm on the clock. And death is like, yeah, that's right. We ain't stopping. Death has trained this horse well. Unfortunately. It feels like a horse that sort of goes against its own nature now. And I don't know if there's a little bit of like horse abuse energy here, Or if it's like training, it's not abuse, it's training. But the Bible says train them up in the way that they should go and they won't stray or something like that. The Bible also says spare the rod, spoil the child. Maybe the rod was spared and this child is lawless because of a certain hands-off parenting approach. It's a child that welcomes death. And it's like it's that balance in between like disciplining, like it's the fine line that a lot of people will sort of carry between discipline and abuse. But it's like an undisciplined child will get into all kinds of things because it doesn't know any better. And that's more or less what we've become. We've become undisciplined children because of the entitlement that we carry in the day to day. It's like it reminds me of when people will be like, "Oh, like social media and the internet is killing like in-person interaction," but it's a lot of like it's a lot of people who are like disrespectful or rude or nasty. It's like even without the phone, even without the internet, I still wouldn't talk to you because you're not that great of a person. Like talking to you is a headache. Talking to you brings me down. Even if I didn't have people on the internet that I could talk to, I still wouldn't talk to you. But then it's like, back in my day, we didn't have any other choice. And it's like, okay, well, back in your day doesn't sound like it was that great either, honestly. Okay, I ain't going full all the way there, but it's like if I had the choice between talking to you and being alone, I would have chosen to be alone. So thank goodness I have the internet and I don't have to be alone. But either way, I still wouldn't talk to you. And so in that way, it's an energy that's set in its ways. But it's again, it's like it's ignoring this child. The child can be a new way. It could be a lighter way. Oh my gosh! Speaking of Minecraft, there's a video I saw on Twitter. I think there's this little kid, and he was like, "Oh, let me see if I can find it." There's this little kid, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna show you my favorite house and my favorite house in the village." And it's like there's like it's a 3 by 3 house, and then it's like the sky turns red outside, and he's like, "What's happening?" And then he starts to scream. Let me see if I can find it. I think I liked it. I think so. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, this is going back too far. I know was it not on? No, it doesn't look like it was on Twitter. It had to be, right? I thought it was on Twitter. Anyway, it's like all hell had literally broken loose by the when he was in showing the house, and he was just like, and then like he screamed at the end. Also, I don't know if it's the hiccups or if it's yawning. It reminds me of like when one person yawns, then other people yawn. And one of my friends, way a long time ago, he was like, "The reason why you yawn when someone else yawns, it's because of your in." It's like there's this need to like fit in that is so ingrained in the human mind that it yawns just to like not be the only person not yawning. And then from the tomorrow soliloquy marches day to day toward dusty death. Out brief candle, life's but a walking shadow comes to my mind. When then again, like there's the way out that's sort of being offered, but the horse has been trained by death to not go in that direction. The horse is your life, trained by how you live it. So it's not taking any direction by itself. It's not going to go in any way that you don't direct it. And it's like there's a solution offered there. So in that, we're coming full circle where it pays, in some ways, it pays to be naive. Not naive. It pays to be a fool. Talking about our eyes being bigger than our stomach here and how I used to confuse this for the fool card. Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. It's like finish the proverb. It's not just about curiosity killing the cat. It's about the fulfillment of that curiosity here. This is the person that's raised under curiosity killed the cat. This is the fool knowing that satisfaction brought it back. And so it's this clash between sort of new and old energy. Oh my gosh. Maybe it's that kid. Oh, look at how he's looking at death. He's like, hey, like, remember me when I was little? And Death is like, I didn't know you then. I don't know you now. Like, who are you? And this kid is like, okay, well, all right. Well, I'm going to go continue about this. So, again, I know that's, take it as it resonates, but I know like it started a little rough with this Aries season energy. But again, it's like because you have more jackfruit than you know what to do with, you're going to create a new recipe. Because Zach gave the ingredient to Maggie, Maggie now had to use it in the space of challenge, maybe in a way that she like maybe she never would have actually used the jackfruit. Maybe it would have went bad before they used it. But she made like a vegan taco with it. And he was like it's overly spicy, but it's really good. Maybe less spice when you have your sense of taste back. Okay, so that's that. We're on March 24th. We got to make it to April 13th. This is going to be a long video. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom eventually. When sheep turn their backs to the wind, it is a sign of rain. March 24th. I like this. When sheep turn their backs to the wind, it is a sign of rain. That's like the winds of change. Rain is that material energy. It's the angel of rain. It's how um, rain is necessary for things to grow. But like it's raining on your parade so that the flowers can grow. You can go inside for a day, for a night, or for a season because you'll appreciate the flowers later. But the sheep turning their back to the wind, it feels like a hierophant energy that's losing its congregation. It's losing its flock. It's like the sheep are wisening up, and the sheep are like, I may be a sheep, but I ain't no fool. But it's like things are getting to that level of like maybe we're seeing our own naivete and we're seeing how we how we contributed to situations that ultimately didn't work out for our greater good because of because we didn't know what we didn't know. So curiosity may take that one life, but the cat has nine more, and it'll be wiser for it. Type of energy. The card that comes out here is the Four of Cups. With the Four of Cups, it's an energy of something that it never would have worked out. These are the tears that are cried in the Four of Cups. Because it's like she's like, well, I told you that like I was a mermaid and you're a boy. Like I'm not gonna live on the land. You're not gonna live in the water. Like it never would have worked out. And it's like with the sheep turning their back to the wind being a sign of rain. Rain is a sign of um, it's impending change, but it's like it's the less comfortable part of it, right? But if it doesn't rain, you'll never get the rainbow, and the rainbow is the promise. So without the rain, the promise won't be fulfilled. But it's like that mermaid, it's like the Little Mermaid, but if she knew what she would have had to sacrifice. And this is like the Brothers Grimm mermaid, not like the Disney. I've never seen the Little Mermaid, but I assume that Ariel and Eric end up together in the Disney version. But in the Brothers Grimm version, they don't. And her sisters try to convince her to kill Eric, maybe, but she decides not to do it. Right. So this is the Little Mermaid where she knows that Ursula, she knows it's not going to work out. So maybe they both believe that they could be together at a certain point in time. But after she found out what Ursula was about, she goes back to him and she's like I thought that there was a way that we could be together, but it requires something that neither one of us want. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I'm sorry. And he's bummed out. He's like, man, like I was already envisioning this future with you and this life with you. And again, they're both naive. It seems like she's a little bit more experienced than he is, but she was also the one who like knew of this magical lady who could make it happen. But it feels like what she doesn't know is the power that a star has. It's like there are good witches or there's good magic or there's a way to make it happen where they can be together that doesn't require as much sacrifice. Maybe he's the one that finds a way to make it happen, right? Maybe instead of her gaining legs, he finds a way to get a mermaid tail. And so it's like he takes his cup to the water. Now it's like he's going to some kind of river god or something like that. We're going all the way back to ancient Greece. He finds a river god. He makes a petition to that god to give him the ability to live underwater. And maybe that's the energy of like going from one hierophant to another, because it's like, he's always been warned against the river spirits, right? The river spirits are going all the way back to Africa. Maybe there's a certain modern religion, there's a modern belief system that demonizes other belief systems, literally demonizes them, literally turns their deities and their good deities into demons, because believing in anything else is demonic. But even though he has this anxiety, he goes to the river deity himself, because he's like, well, in that belief system, it doesn't hold that. And he's in a space where it's like he has nothing to lose. So although he's afraid, he approaches the water anyway, because again, there's nothing left to lose. And maybe that river deity, again, it's a metaphor, it's a story, right? So just take it or don't. It's like the deity has its own experience with humanity, especially people that don't respect it, people outside of that system of belief. And that takes me back to whenever I was like, it's like saying, let certain things be sacred to other people. Let certain things be sacred to other cultures. Not everything has to be open for your consumption, right? Like you can go like, I have a limited knowledge in this, a limited history, a background in this, or maybe even a limited interest. Oh, you had a phone call. No problem. Welcome back. It's like I have a limited knowledge, interest, or experience in this. So instead of diving into it and performing the rituals and the rites without going through a period of initiation, without going through proper methods of education, I'm going to leave it alone. Maybe there are going back to that African, the lucky bamboo that comes from Africa. It's like, especially if there's a history here of taking and stealing and murdering, maybe me as someone outside of this, I'm not going to touch it, Because again, it feels like that's why death isn't even looking at this person. Death is like, I've interacted with people like you before, and I know your type. But there's an innocence and there's a youth here that is different because this isn't an energy that's interested in taking. It's an energy that respects rather than demands. And because it respects it, it's like it walks away with the no, but it feels like that no is going to turn into a yes because you walked away rather than demanding. And it's the walking away rather than demanding that shows respect. It shows a certain truth in your character that you would walk away from something. And so she was like, Ursula was a bust. He was like, I heard about this thing. Like, well, I heard some not great things about it, honestly. But something within me knew that, like, that energy was dry for a reason. It was dry because of what it experienced, but something within it, it's still fertile, it's still wet. And so I went, even though I was afraid, I still went, and it turned me down. It turned me down. So, like, sorry that it didn't work out, you know. And she's like, "What? You did what?" Like, why would you do that? That's dangerous. But again, it feels like whatever this energy here is, because he didn't force himself on this energy, because he didn't demand, because he walked away, it's gonna work with him. And it's gonna give him what he desired, even though he didn't think it would happen. And so it's given me this energy of like, oh, it's in the I'll pull one because I haven't used these cards in a while. And it's in this deck. It's something like a detour leading you to something. It's interesting how these stories grow and evolve and change from day to day. But again, it's that entitlement that we have. And when we can check that entitlement, then something is recognized. It would be so perfect if that card just came out, girl. But I'm not gonna force it. I am gonna keep shuffling until a card falls out or it turns over. Or makes its presence known in some way. I'm getting hungry. I ain't even ate yet. And I'm all out of snacks. I'm all out of granola bars and honey buns and those Ritz things. I do have some Pop Tarts, but I'm not gonna resort. I want to eat some cereal, so I've been really into like wanting to eat cereal lately. Maybe I want to connect with my inner child, especially these Oreo O's, girl. I'm so glad Oreo O's came back because for a while it's like the only place that had Oreo O's was Korea because maybe it was Post and Kellogg. It was like a property shared between Post and Kellogg, but they broke up in America or something. But in Korea, it didn't happen. In South Korea, it didn't happen. So South Korea was like the only place you could get Oreo O's. But then the Oreo O's came back, girl, and the boxes are huge. Like, not only did Oreo O's come back, but they're giving you a lot. It ain't a little bit of Oreo O's, it's a lot of Oreo O's. And so again, there was a moment of separation, but things just sort of work out naturally because you walk away, because of the respect, because you're not going to force it. It works naturally with you. It knows that you're different. It sees that you're different. So the card that came out is the moment I realign with love, clear direction is presented to me. I don't think I've ever seen this card. Bottom of the deck is my vibes speak louder than my words. And that's true in this case. It's like your vibe spoke louder. It's your vibes and your words. Oh, you got sherbet ice cream left. You killed the lemon Oreos and lemon cake. Did you know that Oreos are vegan? I know that because my aunt was plant based, and apparently Oreos are vegan. Um, I guess that means they don't use milk to make the cookies. I'm not a huge fan of sherbet. It's too like rich for me. I'm like I'd rather have ice cream. But back in the day, like in moderation, I loved it. But too much, I'm like, oh, this too much. Like with marshmallows and bananas, like I can have a few marshmallows before I start to be like, oh, and I can have like one bite of a banana before I start to gag because I can't eat bananas anyway. It spoke louder. The fact that you walked away, and that's the rain that happens. The rain is the disappointment, but it's like you don't see how that's actually growing your opportunity because you're recognized. Your character is recognized. The fact that you won't force yourself is recognized. Not only recognized, it's appreciated. It's a breath of fresh air. And again, I talked about how death has trained the horse out of its nature to accept things. It's a breath of fresh air. And it's also taken me back to the energy where it's like death is the horse. It's the SKT. The horse, oh my gosh, they're twins. Speaking of training the horse, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. But horses are naturally good swimmers. Like horses swim in water. They only act like they're afraid of it because of how they're trained. And the SKT, these horses are twins, but this horse is a unicorn and this horse isn't. And so it's like this horse, the horse in the Shining Dew, has sacrificed its horn to become the scythe for the Grim Reaper. But it's like the Reaper is a projection of the horse. It's actually the horse that's the Reaper. That's why, if you look at the suit of mail, it's empty. There's nothing in that suit of armor. It's just the horse. But the horse is like, well, I'm not respected. I'm not respected unless there's like a dude riding me. So I'm gonna project the dude even though it's just me. This is the horse experiencing something new. This is the horse seeing something different. And that's why it's like, oh. And so maybe the horse will come back as the unicorn, as that Knight of Cups. Because if the Reaper on top of the horse is a projection of the horse, then this Knight on top of that horse is also a projection. So that's the horse's projected fear of the water. That's the horse's projected fear of giving fully to this because it's learned otherwise. But again, something within you, like walking away, lets this energy know that you're ready to receive it because you don't demand, because you don't force. I don't know. But it feels beautiful. It feels beautiful. You switch between sherbet and cookies and cream or plain vanilla. Okay. I haven't had it in a while though. Maybe I would like it more. I'm starting to get the shakes. I'm starting to get a little hungry. Oh, let me drink some water. That might help. I also got to go to the bathroom, so it might not. And look at all these flowers and pineapples on this. Like, girl, she's abundant. I guess we drink the water. So yeah, that's a nice little. It got fiery in there. Maybe the fire was from again. It was from death. Death was like, I know your type. Don't come at me. But you're like, I'm different. I promise. And death is like, yeah, sure you're right. Sure you're different. And then you walk away. But again, it feels like neither one of them knows that their wish is actually going to be granted, and that they're going to be able to spend that time together. You're going to eat some cereal. Thanks for the influence. No problem. Speaking of influence, it's interesting. I think I was watching when Rob went live. I went back and I watched the Pisces part of the video because I missed it. And he's like, "There's a little bit of an energy of an echo chamber here," and I was like, "It's interesting to me though, because I see readers with larger platforms, and I see people who I assume don't watch me eventually work towards energies that I'm like, I've been talking about this for a minute. Like I was already talking about this. But now people who have larger audiences are getting to the same page. And then it's like it reminds me of the path working name that I guess I come up with. It also reminds me of like when I first got the SKT and I found my guardian deity within that deck. It was that it's a path working energy. It's like I can see a path. I can maybe even open up a path, but I have no control over whether or not somebody takes it. And it's not for me to have control over whether or not somebody takes it. It's for me to just sort of establish that energy as a possibility. And so when I see other people like, do whatever, I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw this a while ago. Not to toot my own horn, but again, I think it puts me in the position to know that like what I choose to believe, what I choose to hold on to, and the dedication and the strength that I have to that has the power to shape the world and to form a new reality, to create a new way. And it's very like before it happens physically, before everyone gets on the same page, I see it becoming a thing by the people who also have a deep connection, beginning to see more along those lines and more in that way. And I think it's cool. Today is the 13th and you feel really good. Hey. I know in Rob's live, a lot of people were feeling weird around the new moon. I'm like, I'm feeling good today. I got a new pair of underwear. They say Pisces. I got my Pisces underwear. I'm like, okay. But yeah, that's also why, like, I continue to put so much time into these videos that don't get a lot of traction, honestly. But honestly, I also don't do it for the views. I don't do it for likes. I don't do it to get big. Um, if you ask me why I do it, I don't know. Because I feel like some of these, especially after it was the Mars and Pisces thing last year that really got me. When I saw so many people who were like, oh, like Neptune is in Pisces and Mars is in Pisces, so don't do anything because Mars and Pisces is lost and Mars and Pisces is confused and Mars and Pisces is us working in these illusionary ways that don't lead to anything. Meanwhile, literally the whole time, Mars is the decan ruler of the third decan in Pisces. Mars and Pisces is the 10 of cups. Mars and Pisces is you living your dream because you actually did something. Mars is the action. Mars is the drive to actually make your dreams a reality. Shia LaBeouf, don't let your dreams just be dreams. Mars and Pisces is the do it. But everybody I saw was like, don't do anything. That on top of what was happening in America and the spiritual bypassing that people were doing, I'm like, it's time for me to start. Ain't nobody else saying this. I got to start doing it. I have to at least start putting the energy out there. And I reached out to one person. I emailed him and I was very like, I didn't want to do it, but I was like, I'm going to do it. And then it's like, okay. It's like I did have a certain amount of respect for that person that I emailed. I thought it would have been received in a certain type of way, but it wasn't. Or maybe it was. I don't know. It wasn't meant to. Because if it would have been received in the way that I had put it out there, I wouldn't have started talking like how I've been talking. I would have never gotten as spicy or as hot. I would have kept playing the like, oh, I'm gonna like somebody else is saying it, so I'm not gonna say anything, or I'm gonna wait for somebody else to say it. And it's like, no, I'm okay with anchoring in energy. I'm okay with going against the crowd. I'm okay with being a little hot and fiery, and I'm okay with stirring the pot a little bit when I need to. Especially, and again, it was validated by other people eventually coming to the same conclusions, or other people eventually coming to that energy. And I know what it's rooted in, and I know where it's going, and so I don't have to feel a certain type of way. And honestly, if people don't take it, then they ain't gonna take it, and I'm okay with that because it's not my job. But yeah, anyway, made you think of a quote from As Above, So Below movie. Oh, it's a quote that's so perfect for me. Oh, well, thank you. I just live my life, girl. And I'm like, if y'all don't want it, that's fine. You can choose your reality just like I choose my reality. All right. I'm actually gonna go to the restroom real quick because I need to. I'm gonna grab a few cookies because I need some energy. They ain't Oreos, but they lemon cookies. All right, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I just told my mom that I'm like, I want to cook more. And she's like, well, you cooking ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm like, well, everything I cook, you eat. And she's like, I only try that because you forced me. And I'm like, and you like it, and you like it. So, see, I got some noodles, some shrimp, and some chicken meatballs. And I bought some Alfredo sauce. I want to put it all together. But she's like, oh, you don't put shrimp with meatballs? I'm like, you have spaghetti with an Alfredo. You can have fettuccine shrimp Alfredo with Alfredo. So not both. I don't know. Anyway, what better place to hide the most valuable stone ever known, but next to riches you could never miss? Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm coming into my yellow warrior full stop. I've been a yellow warrior all my life, honestly. And I think the white world bridger challenge for me, it was to like release the expectation. Because I feel like a lot of times I would hold the perspective of like, why would I say something to somebody who's not going to listen to me anyway? Like, why would I like it would be a waste of time, energy, and effort. It would be dumb. Like, why would I say anything if nothing's going to happen? But the yellow warrior isn't necessarily like to ensure that something happens. It's just something that needs to be said, girl. I seal the output of intelligence. I don't change the world. I don't force nobody to do nothing. I just speak. That's it. I just speak, girl. And not everything I say is correct, even though a lot of it is. And a lot of it I unpack as I go along. And it actually helps me process it as I speak it, right? And not only do I speak it, I apparently live it too, girl. That's why, like, the one thing that, like, Queen Cup said yesterday or the day before when she was live, she was like, I get it through the crown, I process it at the throat eye, and then it comes through the throat. It still got to get to my heart and through the root. That's why she was like, sometimes, like, you can tell if I'm still working on something myself if I don't have like an experience or anything else to put on top of it. But if you listen to me, girl, again, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I guess I am because I am who I am and I'm not going to play myself down. That's why a lot of times I interject my own experience so much. And a lot of people will be like, oh, like, I don't want to make this about me and I don't want to like put my own whatever. But I feel like I don't expect everyone to go about it the same way, but I'm going to tell you how it plays out in my own life. And again, it's like I want to be more transparent because I know a lot of like I've worked through a lot and I've actually worked into my own root chakra a lot of the healing that I talk about. And so if I have, I'll talk about it. And I think it's also like because of that, I also come to the where did this come from? Oh, that's from the sticker that I took off. I also come to like, yeah, it was good, girl. I was like, ooh, ooh. When she was talking about justice and other kind of stuff, I'm like, okay, girl, this is what I've been talking about. All right, all right. But again, like that's the path working energy that I feel like I have the privilege to be in. It's like energetically, I can in my own life and the way that I live my life, I can create these channels that are more and more and more energetically accessible to other people, especially people with larger platforms. And then that spreads it even more. And these are people I don't even have to be connected to, which is the greatest sort of, I guess, gift or blessing of all. And it separates me from my numbers, even though it's never been about the numbers for me anyway, right? If it was about the numbers, it would separate it for me. And it's like, okay, I can keep doing this. Because honestly, I did it. I started out of frustration. I'm like, why is nobody saying this? Even if I don't have the platform, I'm gonna say it because I feel like people are cheating people out of what's possible because of limitations from literally hundreds of years ago. When we had this transit in 1475, this happened. And it's like, okay, and well, are we not going to learn from that history? Or are we just going to repeat it and be in the same position? Like, hello? Why would we do that? I don't know. I forget what I was talking about. Anyway, that's why I do what I do. For centuries. Oops, we starting the next one with for centuries, girl. I had a few cookies. They were good. March 25th, 325. My brother's birthday passed and I didn't even talk about it. His birthday was on the 20th because I talked about going to my friends on the 21st. For centuries, the English Empire began the new year on this day, Annunciation, until it adopted the Gregorian calendar in 1752. So, for centuries, the English Empire began the new year on March 25th, which is Annunciation. It ain't the equinox. It ain't whatever. So why March 25th? Why 325? Who knows? But this is the old New Year. So old English New Year is coming out with the Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands is minor strength. This is reminding me of the Five of Cups because of that like little arch in the back. You see that? The little arch in the back. So coming off of the story of our young page who has walked away, who was ignored by death, to the Seven of Wands, he's grown up, but he's grown up in a space outside of convention, right? Because he went to the river deity in spite of what Hierophant Energy told him. And Hierophant Energy told him the story about the river deity, but Hierophant Energy didn't tell him the reason why the river deity don't F with us is because of what we did to the river. Hierophant Energy don't tell you that. Hierophant Energy's not like, because of what I've done, this is why things are the way they are. So like, but this energy don't forget. This energy knows. This energy is old. It knows, it remembers. But because this person was different, because they were granted that blessing, because of the respect that they showed, they grow up outside of those limitations with the other Six of Wands. And it holds the wand that is the most flowering. It holds the wand that is the most abundant. It stands in a position above all others. And again, there was something about the high priestess that led him in that direction anyway. Right? Even though he was afraid, even though he had the anxiety, because the high priestess told him, and it was a wet high priestess. Again, she's sitting in that wet throne, the throne of wetness, not the dry, hierophant high priestess. Oops. Well, bye bye anxiety. Ain't got no more of that. Not the dry high priestess, which is the hierophant in disguise. Not that hierophant energy, but that high priestess energy. Because he listened to the high priestess. Like the high priestess knew, girl. She was like, "Come on, girl. Like, hello." I know. Okay, I know. And again, look, this is what old Hierophant energy did. Old Hierophant burned it. Like that bridge is burned because of old Hierophant energy. Because old Hierophant was selfish. That's why even the high priestess is turned off to that. But the high priestess knows us full story. The high priestess knows our full story. And that's why in him, she saw that capability. First of all, because he's talking to a mermaid, which is like a personification of a natural energy, but it's like an evolved human. It's a human energy that's evolved in cooperation with an element of nature, and it's like Like he had to be of a certain character to even have that conversation. And again, she saw his full story. He's coming into a position because of that. And what's interesting is he's a lot closer to the water now. He's a lot closer to the very thing that caused him the pain of separation before, right? Because it's a lot closer here than it is all the way in the back there, right? Love that. And that's minor strength. I don't know what enunciation is, but enunciation is like pronouncing every syllable in a word. I remember my freshman year of high school when we did A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was doing whatever I was doing. And the student teacher was like, "You need to enunciate your." That's enunciation. Just kidding. That's enunciation, not enunciation. So we're gonna have to ask Siri about this one. Where is Siri? Here it is. Hey Siri, define Annunciation.
Annunciation means the announcement of the incarnation by the angel Gabriel to Mary, Luke 1:26-38.
Oh, oh, snap. So apparently that's when Gabriel told Mary that she was gonna have Jesus, and that's why they started the new year on that, the day that Mary got the announcement. That makes sense. This is what Jesus was prophesied to be too. This is when the angels they let Mary. Not only did they let Mary know that she was gonna have Jesus, but they also let Mary know that Jesus is gonna come down here and he gonna shake some stuff up. He gonna change some things. And again, I love that energy coming out because like the high priestess knows the full story. And again, there were a lot of systems that he kind of sort of came down and changed. And it's also because this is so interesting coming off of this energy where we had Minos. Because Jesus did everything that he had to do in his lifetime that gave his death the impact that it had. Had Jesus chosen not to do anything that he needed to do when he was here, then a lot of stuff would still be the same. But it's because he did what he needed to do in his time of light that when the night came, he ascended to, where we know him to be now. And imagine being like Mary in that space, right? Imagine being a God fearing woman who is told, "You're going to give birth to Jesus." And she's like, "What? Like, why me?" Like, maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't like, "Why me?" Maybe she's like, "Yes, okay, girl, like, I got it. I got it. I can do this." Maybe she wasn't. We don't know. But this is everything he was foretold to be. I love that. Oh, snap. Like, wait. I'm like, wait. All right. Come through, Gabriel. Oh, look, and it's the Seven of Wands. Gabriel is associated with the element of fire. Michael is the air, Ariel is the earth, and Raphael is the water. So we're going back to the wind, y'all. Oops. Back to the wind. We just had when sheep turned their back to the wind 2 days ago. Now we're going back to the wind. The wind has a language. What? Hold up. March 26th. The wind has a language. I would I could learn. Sometimes 'tis soothing, and sometimes 'tis stern. Letitia Elizabeth Landon, English poet, 1802 to 1838. So she was like, what, 26 years old? 36. She was 36. So she would have been born after, because 1752. So 50 years after they followed the Gregorian calendar, Letitia is born. talking about the language that the wind has that she could learn, but she can't. It's like it's already changed. But it's not necessarily bad because it's like, with Annunciation, like maybe Mary would have had Jesus by then, right? I don't know how much time passed between when Mary actually had Jesus and when Mary was told she was going to have Jesus. Sometimes too soothing, sometimes too stern. The language of the wind, it feels like it feels like what we were talking about earlier, or what I was talking about earlier, about how through astrology we can put so many rules and stipulations on a lot of things, but it's continuous. The planets follow a continuous cycle. The conjunctions and oppositions and sextiles happen according to the continuity of everything. And so it feels like there's this natural, it's like a weather vane or a wind vane. It naturally just changes in whatever direction the wind is blowing. And when the sheep change direction, expect rain. This energy, it's giving me like it's a cold front. Like you don't have to be a sheep, or like you can tell when it's gonna storm because of atmospheric conditions. I mean, for me, it's been a few years since I've been noticing it. And the first time I really noticed it was when it poured down out of nowhere. And I had a summer job. I was working outside, girl. I was like, I am not trying to be out here in the pouring down rain. I ain't got to change of clothes with me. But it was like this huge, it was like fairly windy, but it was this huge gust of wind that came in. And then, like a minute later, it just started downpouring. I was like, oh, yeah, that's the wind that blows before it throws down. But since then, if it's like a warm day, but you feel these cold fronts come in, if you feel warm air, cold air, warm air, cold air, warm air, cold air, like if you can feel when a cold front blows in. And atmospherically, the cool air is gonna like push under the warm air and it's gonna push that warm air up too. And it's all of that that causes the change in the weather. This is that change in the weather. Less so this, but that's also involved. That's like high priestessy right there. That's us being able to physically, without any instrumentation, naturally, because we're exposed to the elements. Depending on how exposed to the elements you are, you can tell like when the weather is going to shift and change, and it feels natural. It feels like it exists outside of the hierophant. It feels like it doesn't need the hierophant. It's like it makes sense, right? It's warm air and cold air in the same place. Something's going to happen. Like I remember when we were on our way to Bloomington, and I was in the back of the car, and maybe they didn't feel it because they were in the front, but I was in the back of the car. I was like, "Ooh, did y'all feel that? Y'all feel that cool air just blow through?" And they were in the front of the car, like, "No, what are you talking about?" I was like, "Oh, it's gonna storm." And they're like, "Oh, it's in the weather tonight," and it stormed. It rained like all night, and then it was cold the next day. It was supposed to be warm, but that's the energy here, and it's like the wind does have a language, but it's one that doesn't need to be taught. It's like you can learn it if you listen. It reminds me of like every time the Ace of Swords came out, or when the Ace of Swords comes out in the Tarot Apocalypses lately, it's an energy of like if you live life, you'll find out the magic behind these runes. You don't need a book or a person to teach you or tell you. It's connecting to the part of us that naturally remembers. It's connecting as like the closer we get to the all, the closer we get to ourself that is inextricably connected or inexorably connected to the all. It's like the closer we get to all that is around us. And it's these things again, like you don't need someone to teach you. You'll start to remember, you'll start to know. Becoming a force of nature, that's interesting. That's really interesting for me, at the very least. The card that comes out here is the Hanged Man. I love the Hanged Man because Odin hung himself from the world tree, or hanged himself from the world tree to read the runes that were written on it and to learn magic. But here is spirit through the element of nature, which is the pinnacle, trying to teach you the same thing. It's like, okay, girl, like you ain't necessarily gonna do all that. Like you can, maybe, but you don't have to. Not anymore. And in that Ace of Swords in the Tarot Apocalypses, you see the world tree with the empty noose. The noose is empty, but the runes are like just flying all around. I love that. Also, Spirit is trying to tell you that like there's a shift in the wind. There's something everybody feels it. That there's a change in the wind, but it's the hangman. It's like not everyone is gonna sort of do what they need to do. Not everyone is gonna take it. Some people will gather more information or will wait for something to be made uh, real rather than actually doing what they're instructed to do with the pinnacle. And that's fine. Like for some people, seeing is believing. Some people can believe before they see it. Some people will never see it, but that's fine too, right? If the divine honors and recognizes every choice, then who am I to not do the same? As long as I'm choosing what I need to in my life to be where I want to be, I'm good. So the next day, girl, we got some fish. Ooh, we still in March. March 27, 28. This is the full moon, the full worm moon. So this was full moon Libra. Passover begins at sundown. Palm Sunday was the 20th. Passover was the 27th. Gefilte fish. Is that from Rush Hour 2? Gefilte fish? Gefilte fish, a traditional Passover dish, can be made with ground, deboned fish, usually carp, whitefish, or pike. Gefilte means stuffed because the ground fish originally was stuffed back into the fish skin before cooking. So we're deboning the fish, we're grinding the fish, and then we're stuffing it back into the skin. It's almost like a taxidermy energy. And maybe that's Hangman too. It's like still life. It looks alive, but it's not. That could be us. Maybe like we could be because bones speak of structure, right? It's because of our vertebrae and because of the bones that we can stand upright. But it's like you can also like stuff it and have it do essentially the same thing. Also, like there's an energy here of like just eating it, right? And someone's like, "Oh, like what about the bone?" And you're like, maybe you play a trick on somebody and you're like, "I'm gonna eat this fish without taking out the bones," and you already took out the bones, but they don't know that because you stuffed it back in the skin. Like, oh my gosh, like you're so awesome, you can just eat fish bones and not choke or whatever. And you're like, yeah, I know. And then maybe they find out, maybe they don't. If the Hierophant is here, gotcha. But there is something here that it feels spineless almost. Because it's been deboned, it doesn't have its ability to stand anymore. The card that came out is the Six of Wands. So the Six of Wands is the things that we do in order to be celebrated. It's a very external, like we do it for external recognition. The Seven of Wands, it's something that we can do and not be recognized for. This ribbon, it's taking me back to the Page of Wands. But it's taking me back to the Page of Wands in that sort of like naive way, not necessarily in the pure way, because it's that ribbon. Or maybe that's not. Let's take this a few ways. Because this could also be recognition after you've done something. But it's almost like by the time you get recognized for it, it feels like it's more of a formality. That's like me if I choose to walk the stage now when I already got my degree. Like I graduated in December, but I didn't get to register for graduation in time. And if I so choose, I can choose to go through the fanfare and the ceremony in May, but it's not even going to be the full thing. And so it's actually interesting because before I didn't really care about graduation anyway, but my mom was like, "You got to do it, you got to do it." A few other people were like, "You got to, like, you've been there for so long, you have to do it." But now, because the world is what the world is, it's like, yeah, if you don't want to do it, it's fine. But it does feel like the recognition will come later. So, but if you're doing it for recognition, then it could be like you could be the person that stops because no one is clapping for you because no one is celebrating you and you're just like, well, if no one is going to appreciate me, then I'm not going to do what I need to do. And it's like, okay, but you're only hurting yourself when you do that. Really, you're not hurting anybody else. But there we go. I'm trying to like fix this because there, it was off, it was bothering me. And it's like, your reward doesn't come from people, your reward comes from spirit. And maybe this is like, this is interesting. So one of his legs is tied and his waist is tied. And so the blood might rush to his head, but it feels like he's not in any real danger. Because it feels like since he's tied in both places, it maintains him. Yeah, because the purpose is for like the blood to rush to his head and for him to like in that space. It's almost like Oracle of Delphi energy when you get high on cave fumes and then you like do your prophecy or whatever, right? It's like that's the point. It's not to kill him because if it were to kill him, then he would be hanged in a different way. Okay, here it is. Because I was wondering, I was like, where did that thread go? Like, where did that ribbon go? Right? We see the ribbon in both of these cards, but we don't see the ribbon in the Seven of Wands. But in the Seven of Wands, it's wrapped around the wand. And also in these cards, girl, where was she? I think it was after. Yeah, it was like this. Also, it's almost like he looks younger in the Seven of Wands. He looks younger in the seven than in the six. So it is like by the time the recognition happens, it's for something that you've already done. But if you, and I said that a while ago, it was like if you're doing anything for external validation, then you're probably going to slow yourself down. The piece about doing the work for recognition, ooh, like someone pretending to be healed or healing to gain the attention of a man. Let me, well, potentially. But the thing about healing and journeys a lot of times is healing happens for a reason. It prepares you for the next thing. And so if the healing doesn't happen, then it's like you're going to be ill prepared and it's probably going to fall apart. So March 29th, whew, we're almost in the month of April. Almost. I think we consider too much the luck of the early bird and not enough the bad luck of the early worm. Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is coming after the full worm moon. This is interesting. This is interesting. I think we consider too much the luck of the early bird and not enough the bad luck of the early worm. Because, the early bird gets the worm, but the late worm sees tomorrow. Now we're talking about birds and worms. I've been noticing birds in the yard lately. I saw three of them in the front on the other side, and I wanted to come back and grab my phone and take a picture and then talk about it because I was talking about the three birds on the branch and the three of cups and the wild unknown tarot and how like three little birds sat on my window and they told me I don't need to worry. But I was like, you know what? I'll keep the synchronicity for myself. I ain't got to go on and talk about it. But here I am talking about it. So Spirit is telling me to tell you, I guess, that you don't need to worry. And also, like, we get there in the time that we get there. This Six of Wands coming after the Seven, it's almost an energy of better late than never. Almost, not quite. The card that comes out here is the Knight of Swords. I think this is an eagerness. Who did? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. 1 second. Let's go. Let's go. This curriculum is so interesting. I kind of want to run more people through it, but at the same time, I don't know if there's anyone that I necessarily like feel led to right now either. I guess I'm just more interested to see if like it would hold up. Um, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. I come in again. I talked about it a few days ago, maybe. I'm coming into these spaces where it's like sometimes I'm like, I don't know what this is. Like, this isn't me. Like, this is so far outside of my structure that like I don't know what this is. But hopefully, like as a path worker, and also as someone who is like, if you give me an energy, more often than not, I'll be able to feel my way around it to make myself a little bit familiar with it. And so that helps. And it's collaborative. It's a collaborative effort. Anyway, back to this. This is being too eager for something with this Knight of Swords. And it's like it's trying to be the early bird. And it's a little bit of an energy of like inviting disaster upon oneself by trying to enter spaces that you're not necessarily, going back to what Mimi said, that you're not necessarily healed or ready for yet. And so it doesn't mean that you're incapable of doing it. It just means that there's more work for you to do since you're less prepared in some way. But in some other ways, it also feels intentional. Or this could be the one who does what they do for status. I don't want to say clout chaser, but there's a lot of clouds in these cards. There's a lot of clouds in these cards. I don't think I've ever said chasing clout before, ever. But again, it's like it's acting prematurely, preemptively for this recognition. But it's a grim expression on his face. That's the warrior that comes back from a brutal battle in which he's done things that he doesn't want to talk about. And it's like victory at what cost? This is the naivete of this person. And it's like this is two different ways of going about it. This is the way that does the work, that accomplishes the thing and then waits for the celebration to happen. This is the one who rushes into it, and it's like it's more of a toll than he would have liked. Maybe he thought he was the early bird, but he ended up being the early worm. March 30th, almost to April. Auroras are most visible in spring and fall or during peak times of solar wind activity. Between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. is best. Favorable locations are within the auroral ovals, roughly 1,800 miles in diameter, that surround each magnetic pole. So we're talking about wind, and then we're talking about solar wind. So we were talking about earth wind. Now there's this energy of solar wind. It feels like there's a synchronization of movement, but the sun doesn't move. It does, but the sun feels stationary. So it feels like the earth is moving, but the sun is still, but it's these reactions on the surface of the sun that cause these like winds to blow. And in that way, it feels like solar wind is a more solar system wind. It's like solar wind is a more absolute wind, and the wind on Earth is a result of the rotation because of the wind coming from the sun, right? It's just like this blowing in the fan. Can you see it? Because of that blowing in the fan, it's like this movement here creates wind for the surface of the paper, but the fan over there is the solar wind. And the fan isn't moving, it's just the source of everything. This is going to be a long video. Watch in parts if you want to, or not. And it's talking about moments in time where the solar wind isn't visible, but the phenomenon that is the interaction between the sun and the earth is visible. And there's a full moon right there, too. This was not too long after the full moon in Libra. Things shifting and changing, maybe in ways that you can't see. But if you're in a favorable location, you will. Okay. So then the Two of Pentacles is coming out for the card of solar wind, for the card of change beyond change, for the instigator of change. This Two of Pentacles is interesting because I'm looking at his face. He's juggling these two pentacles, right? And then he's like, this pentacle is starting to float. Is it supposed to do that? He's like, nobody told me that one of these pentacles would just like float out of my hand. He's like, what is this sorcery? What is this magic? Is that a boat? I don't know if that's a sinking ship or if that's a ship on the horizon. Like, is it coming or going or sinking back there? I've never noticed that before. It's taken me back to that river deity and the Nikis. I think it's the Nikis that are water spirits. And if you like respect them, then they'll bless your journey with like fair winds and smooth sailing. But if you don't, then they brew up the storms and you get choppy water and everything else like that. This is an energy here. It's almost like things working out better than you would have expected. Because, like I said, if you're in a favorable location, you'll notice the change. This feels like being in a favorable location and noticing the change. Like, whoa, like, hold up. Like they told me that this healing stuff, they told me that this journey, this alignment would like start to get stuff to move, but I didn't think it would move like this. Like what? It's lightning. Lightening. Favorable location equals position. Well, it says it's within the auroral ovals surrounding each magnetic pole. So more than position, it's proximity. Because I mean, I guess it's semantics, but position makes it feel random. Proximity is closeness to the center of that activity. And maybe that's like the laws of physics behave differently here. And you're like, what? Oh my gosh, whoa. Oh my gosh, this ship is coming out of the water. This is this is a ship that it was sunk. It's like it's coming out of the water. And that's why you're like boats aren't supposed to do that. Hello? You just had a heart palpitation too. Oh snap. You feel like you're within radar. Oh snap. Yeah, it feels like this is a ship that's breaching the water. And it feels like the full moon is the magnet that's doing it. That's weird. It's a ship. It's magnetized by the moon. And so it's heavy. It's too heavy to sit on the surface of the water. And so when the moon is new, it naturally sinks. But when the moon is full, it feels the fullness of its effect and it's like it pulls it up on the surface. It's something that only functions under the full moon. But the full moon, it speaks to the changing of tides as well. And so maybe going all the way back to the Knight of Cups, maybe in here, there's also something with timing, right? Maybe that cup is made out of the same material as the ship is. And so this Knight of Cups is taking the cup to the water to see if it'll sink or float. And if the cup floats, then the ship will come out of the surface. So there is a little bit of timing here. It is quite the tumultuous journey. Keyword pull. It is quite the tumultuous journey. But there is a little bit of timing here. But it's like the lighter you get within yourself, the better your position is to experience this. I remember around that time, no, it was before. It was earlier this year. They said that the aurora was going to be strong enough that you'd be able to see it in places that are like usually you wouldn't be able to. And it was like northern Michigan and like closer to the Canadian border or whatever. And I'm in Illinois, so I guess I was too far. Also, I didn't even go outside to see. But the pull of the full moon has on things, especially us, since we have 70% water in us. But it's like it's more than that, though, right? Because this isn't an ordinary ship. This ship is denser than others. It holds more water than normal. Because otherwise, it's like every ship would operate the same, and it wouldn't be that much of a surprise. But then that takes me all the way back to the High Priestess and these dry moons, where her throne is the wet moon. So it's the realm of the High Priestess. That's why, like, it's a ship of legend. And that's why he was like, oh my gosh, what is that? The fairy tales are true. A ship that will learn to sail on land, apparently. Hey, Freya. It's been a minute. How are you? Yeah, it feels like it's extra watery. There's a lot of transformation and transition here. But the thing about water is that it's a tricky element. because it's like it's feeling like with this much water, it could be easy to drown. Or it's an energy of like with this much water, it makes it really easy to distort things. But water is an element that naturally distorts, right? Things under the water look different, sound different, and move differently than they do above the water. I am. Thank you for asking. I think I forgot that I asked you how you're doing. Love your art. And yes, you're a Pisces. Yes. I love Pisces. This is a tapestry that I got in Columbus when I went to my first legit metaphysical store. I was like, oh, I got to pick it up. Neptune. I mean, honestly, with all of this water, with the ship coming out of the water, it could be Neptune doing some weird stuff. But if it's Neptune, it feels like it's Neptune showing us a more natural way. And it's a way that we've become so unaccustomed to that we think of it as weird. But it's almost like Neptune is reminding us, like, no, like this is how things used to be. It's made of a material that's been lost to man for ages, maybe since Atlantis. Maybe Atlantis was made out of that. And maybe the moon used to be closer. Yeah, yeah. Because I've seen that. There's something scientifically, it's like the moon is getting further and further away, and there may come a time where the moon actually escapes the gravitational pull of the earth. And so it's like back in the day the moon used to be a lot closer, and that's why Atlantis was more on the surface. But after the moon went further and further away, it sunk because that attraction between them is different. And that's when we entered this period of having dry moons. When we have a dry moon in the light and a dry moon in the dark, only one of these moons is wet. You need at least 2/3 to get it to work, but it hasn't been that way in so long. So Neptune is coming in to try to remind us of better days, better times, better whatever. But Neptune can't do anything. Neptune shows us the vision, but it doesn't get us to act like Mars does that and the other planets. So, yeah. So it could be some of that, Freya. So, March 31. We're almost to April. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I've been drinking, all the water is starting to hit me. Look at the baby birds! When nature is trying to do her best in the way of growth, it is a real pleasure to take hold and help. So, this is interesting. This is real interesting because look at what we're doing. We're doing this like every other day thing. So, like on the 24th, we have a mention of the wind. On the 25th, it's the Annunciation. On the 26th, it's the wind again, right? And then on the 27th, 28th, we have the mention of the fish. On the 29th, we have the early bird and the worm. On the 30th, we have this watery energy in the auroras. That kind of sort of goes back to fish, especially in Pisces, being that dreaminess. And then on the 31st, we go back to the bird with the worm. So, if you're the early worm, I guess be grateful that you'll be feeding some baby birds. I don't know. It reminds me of the world card in the SKT, which is a pelican feeding her baby birds, I think. Have you heard of that? No. Freya, I have not heard of that. But it feels like there's this interweaving energy. It's like it's braiding it. Oh, look, the Four Wands. Oh. The Four of Wands has come out. What's interesting in this Four of Wands is that every wand has maintained its ribbon. So this is a lot of fools coming together and celebrating their foolishness in spite of the world that would tell them to be more to grow up, right? A little bit. So you're only saying because you're absolutely accurate according to it, and it talks about what you're saying about the moon. Oh, yeah, I didn't know about that part. I just came across. Sometimes I come across things and I don't even remember where I came across them. But somewhere I came across that they're saying that it's looking like the moon may eventually escape the gravitational pull of the Earth. And then you talked about Neptune, and then it reminded me of Atlantis and how it doesn't feel like it. It feels like this is how things used to be. And then I was like, oh well, the moon used to be close. It the synapses connected in my brain, but I might have to look into that, maybe or not. I don't know. I feel like it's more interesting and synchronistic when someone's like, "Oh my gosh, like this happened." I'm like, "Oh, what, really?" Anyway, this is a celebration of fools, and it says, "Oh, it's a real pleasure to take hold and help. It's a real pleasure to help nature and what it's doing. This is you helping nature and what it's doing and establishing new energy as things are shifting and changing." Oh, ooh, okay. Yeah. And again, it's like because you're in the proximity of whatever this is, you're in a position to help. You're coming into whatever this lightning is. It's like as this ship is coming out of the water, this pentacle is going up. But it's this opposite energy, right? Because the pentacle is rising on the left and the ship is rising on the right. It's an elevation of a duality, right? It's like instead of it being like this and we're extending the polarity like that, it's like the polarity is like this and we're raising it. And that's the party. That's where all of the celebratory energy is. That's where spring is. And this is the last decan of Aries, the Four of Wands. I don't know what the planets are. It's something in Aries. Yeah, this is cool. When nature is trying to do her best in the way of growth, it is a real pleasure to take hold and help. Yeah, that's that synchronized growth. Ooh, I love that. I love that. I gotta go to the bathroom again because I've had a lot of water. I'm sorry. The reason why I'm holding my chest is because my glasses are gone. So I was just in the restroom and I had this idea. So the dryness that the high priestess is like, that's like the well of human emotion and how limited it's been because, people can't look at other people as people. But now that the heart of humanity is awakening, it's like that influence is coming back. Potentially, maybe. The moon seems to be the main topic for today because the guy just posted a video with the title No New Moons in the Bible. Chodesh means new month. Well, that would make sense though, I guess. Well, because if you start the month with the new moon, and if the full moon marks the middle of the month, then I don't know. All right. So that was this one. This is the party that's going on. It feels like very like a fairy. It feels very like elemental, elemental natural forces. And so maybe someone's going to be invited to like a fairy wedding or something, or like the natural forces, the changing of the forces, the changing of the guard, the new energy. It's like it's going to invite you in to celebrate with it because of your assistance in the growth of it. So we have a question and an answer for April 1st. I said first, and there's a goat on here. All Fool's Day, April 1. Why is it hard to have a conversation with a goat around? No offense to Capricorn. He always butts in. Okay, that's an Aries thing. That's Aries always butting in. And maybe Capricorn too. Maybe it's Aries and Capricorn. They're both cardinal. Why is it hard to have a conversation with a goat around? He always butts in. Butts in with two T's. It's like it's hard to have a conversation because they go tail end first. That's someone like literally talking out of their behind, right? It's like, how do you enter a conversation tail end first? I don't know. Oh, okay. So this might be the party, and somebody might be trying to butt in on this party. Potentially. We'll see. We'll see. What's the card here? It's April, y'all. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. It's been 3 hours. Oh, wait. It's the sun card. But the sun isn't coming tail end first. This is Capricorn, but it's Pluto in Capricorn. Because here it's like I said, like there's this party going on in the natural world, and then you're invited. But this is that naked baby on the horse. Shout out to Rob from Rob's Tarot. This is no, he has pants on, and it's not a baby. So the child looks topless, but he's wearing pants. He's wearing shorts, and he's older. It's not a baby anymore. It's matured, but it's still on the horse. This is a sense of reclaimed innocence. This is why you're being invited. This is the Page of Wands who, oh my gosh, like the horse of death is now the horse of the sun. The page has changed the horse by showing it. It's like it takes one person to be in an energy to signify that all of humanity is ready for it. It's like if one person can do it under those conditions, then anybody can do it. It also goes back to the nature of when one person does it, others will emulate and imitate to do it for themselves. For those who need to see in order to believe, they will now begin to see, and because they'll now begin to see, they'll now begin to believe. That's why they're celebrating. It may seem a little premature, but again, it's like it only takes one person to do it. It only takes one person to prove that it's possible. It only takes one piece of evidence to invalidate something else. But old Hierophant, South Node Sagittarian energy will be really, really, really quick to call that an outlier. It'll be really quick to invalidate it But the divine is like, you can't invalidate this. And at the height of you being in your power, and when you're at the peak of anything, what's left is a valley. So the height of you being in your power was the beginning of the fall. There were those who would see the light. And it's those that begin to change everything forever. And so instead of the goat coming in tail first, it's going to come in head first. The goat is now going to contribute to the conversation rather than butting in. That's that Pluto in Capricorn, though. And Pluto's been in Capricorn for a minute, conditioning the goat like, okay, it's time to start showing your butt in public. It's time to start doing right. But there are those in positions of power, those who are coming into positions of power, those who are not in positions of power, but who will hold those in positions of power accountable, who will begin to change things. This is gorgeous. This also reminds me of the reading I did with the vice versa cards a long time ago, where it was the Eight of Pentacles. It's like there was a child who saw a future for himself that he tried to prevent, but he ended up living. And then the horse was like I showed you differently. Like, what are you doing? But it was left open ended. Like I feel like a lot of stuff I do is because ultimately at the end of the day we make the decisions and we make the choices. So I don't need to show you an outcome because you'll decide an outcome yourself through your actions, choices, and decisions. This is beautiful energy. What? And coming after this, it's like what? Now I got an invitation. Like things are starting to like now the horse is here. The horse is taking me somewhere. And then you end up at this party with like fairies and all these like natural spirits, and you're like, whoa, like what is this? Like this is what the earth used to be. It's back to the time of Cronus, or Saturn, Chronos, in the golden age, before laws existed, before we even needed laws because people were just decent people. People didn't go around killing people and stealing from people. You didn't have to tell somebody not to be a bad person. They were just good. We're going back to the time of the sun, the golden age. Shout out to Saturn. I got this big old Saturn on the back now. I love Saturn though. High key. I was talking to my friend. I was talking to my friend and I was like, I love Saturn. And then he's not really into astrology or anything. But I was like, nobody else likes Saturn, so somebody has to. Also, my Saturn return is in like a year. I'm excited for it though. I've been preparing for my Saturn return since like 2019. So I'm not afraid. Just like I wasn't afraid of this blue lunar storm year. It's like it's gonna be a good year. So I don't know. April 2nd though, it's Good Friday. Pascua, Florida Day. Rain on Good Friday foreshows a fruitful year. Rain on Good Friday foreshows a fruitful year. I've had a message like this, I think, in this calendar before. It was like rain on a full moon shows a bountiful harvest or something like that. Did it rain on Good Friday? Hold up, I gotta look through these now. Crocuses. I think I think we saw something about like when it rains on this moon, it'll be a good year or something like that. I thought so. If it thunders in February, goose eggs will not hatch. Maybe I didn't. I really thought I did, though. Oh, it might be here. Okay. A north wind with a new moon will hold with the full. Will hold until the full. February 11. February 11, 211, and then 4-2. Maybe not. I feel like I did, though. Rain on Good Friday foreshows a fruitful year. So, I mean, I like that. That's some good energy, especially with the sun coming to the party. Hello. And again, it was talking about the solar winds, which is the energy of change outside of our own sphere. And your proximity to your magnetic pole, your proximity to your true north, will influence your ability to see those subtle things. And when you can see it, it makes it easier to balance at the same time. So the Three of Wands is coming out. This is interesting because it's like we went to the no. So the Four of Wands, the Sun, and the Three of Wands. They're both looking towards the direction of the Four. So maybe this is that energy of rebirth. But I wanted to say it's like we went to the party a child and we left a man. But maybe this is remembering. Maybe we attend the party in like a dream space or in an energetic space, in an auric space. And in real life, we're still moving. Is that an island? Hold up, wait. I need to get my magnifying glass before I just talk. We're going to get the magnifier and see what this is for real. No, that is it. That's a boat. This is a boat. The boat is on the surface of the water now. The boat that was coming out of the water in this Two of Pentacles, it's on the surface now. The Three of Wands is waiting for your ships to come in. That's the ship of legend. And again, I mean, I guess if we're coming after this, like this fairy wedding in the fields and with this like this energy, then a ship of legend is of little consequence. This is it's good. Your notes were dead on 2 months ago. If yours were, I don't know when mine were dead on, because mine are like 17 degrees, so mine were on a while ago. I'm interested now. I'm curious because I want to know what I was doing around then. Hey Siri, where my phone is? Oh, it's right here. Glentonboro Woods. I'm curious. Where doorways with no doors stage a ballet. Okay. So yeah. Ooh, it was February sometime. 17 degrees Gemini. So it's like right before Pisces season. So yeah, that's not too long ago. They must be moving quick now. Cause that's like 7 degrees within a few months. What? Yeah, so they were separating. So it's like at the tail end of Aquarius season, mine were exactly opposed. I don't remember what was happening around then. I don't know. Something definitely happened, like you became more aware. Oh. So yeah, there's the ship. The ship has fully breached the water. And it's now making its way to the land for us. Oh my gosh, look. The ribbon from the wand is around his forehead. That's like he tied the bandana, he ready to fight. It's around his third eye though, which is sight. Which is sight beyond the current reality. It's like the ship is there for everybody, but only certain people can see it. And it's in that third eye crown area. It's there for everybody, but only certain people can see it. And then here's the rain again, right? When the sheep turn their back to the wind, it's a sign that the rain is coming, or here's the rain. And the rain happened to fall on a day where it signifies a fruitful year to come. So the sheep, they turned their back at the right time. Oh, snap. Yeah, mine are 17. I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're 17 degrees. Almost 18, maybe. It may be like high 17. Let's see. Oh, it's mid 17, 1735. Right in the middle of the 17th degree. And then we get Easter. So, Easter Day came. The sun shone brightly, the heavens were clear and blue, the bees and the butterflies had again come forth in the gaiety and splendor, and the season poured over all the influence and pleasure of renovated life. This is Christoph van Schneid, Easter Eggs, 1846. The fourth is Easter. The fourth was also a last quarter moon. The sun shone brightly, the heavens were clear and blue. The bees and the butterflies again came forth in the gaiety and splendor, and the season poured over all the influence and pleasure of renovated life. Well, I mean, like, this looked like the sun coming and clear blue skies to me. So Easter came right on time. There goes the 8. Oh, snap. Full moon on April 26th, the same day Passover starts for the sacred calendar. I feel like that means something. That made my head tingle a little bit. Like, well, I was like, oof, ain't got time for the headache today. Oh, the Empress. This is good. This is good. The Sun, the Three of Wands, the Empress. It rained on Good Friday. A fruitful year with the Empress. Girl. Easter Day came. The sun shone brightly. The heavens were clear and blue. The bees and butterflies had again come forth in gaiety and splendor. And the season poured over all the influence and pleasure of renovated life. We got the sun. We got the clear blue skies. And then we got renovated life. This is gorgeous. This is beautiful. This is amazing. Like I feel like I don't need to clarify. It would do it when it's getting good. Oh, it's buffering. If it cut me off here, y'all, just know that things is getting real good. That's gorgeous. This is gorgeous. And this Empress ain't the vice versa Empress. Also, there's a constellation of stars around her head. Some energy, it's being met. Because there's all these red ribbons around the wands and then her green flowing cape. That's the root in the heart space. But without that root work, oh my gosh. Like, Here's the high priestess who wouldn't go for nobody. Here's the empress who's pregnant, girl. The high priestess knew that unlike this knight of wands who had no respect for anybody, honestly, who only cared about himself and who would burn anybody else, maybe like literally, maybe somebody giving people STDs or not. The high priestess knew that this page of wands would turn out differently. And now, this is like, when was the Annunciation Day? March 25th? March 25th was Annunciation. When Mary was told that she would give birth to Jesus, he finds her already pregnant. But it's like she's pregnant with his child before they even meet. She's like, "This is yours." He's like, "What, girl? Like, I ain't never like what? Like, how is this mine? We ain't even like I don't even like I'm literally just meeting you, girl. We ain't never slept together." And she's like, "Remember that time you donated sperm? Remember that time you were younger and you needed some money, so you donated sperm to the sperm bank, girl? Well, this is your baby." And he's like, he's like, "Okay, well, I guess that means I'm a father now. Let's do it." That's so funny. But again, it's like he was real young when that happened. He's like, "Girl, like I was a child, like I was barely old enough to even donate. Hello." And she's like, "Well, this is your baby. You're a father." Oh, I'm lightheaded now. That was a good laugh. That was a good laugh. One second. Ooh. But it may be the energy of something. It may not be carrying over from a past life. But it reminds me of the cards that came out yesterday. It was the Nine of Wands, the Two of Wands, and the Three of Wands. There's the Three of Wands again. And the Four of Cups was sitting behind that. Like he's on this journey to meet her. And maybe that's also this Two of Pentacles energy. It's like as you're healing and as you're lightening up, something is coming out of the water. The depths of the water is the realm of this high priestess, right? Because it's like her throne is rising from the water as the only wet moon in this card, in this deck, maybe. As the only wet moon, she's rising out of the water because it was foretold that he would rise out of the water. And so she's pregnant with something that is his or that is for him. It reminds me of Isis. It reminds me of so many of the goddesses in the tarot apocalypses. Like it's the queen who makes a king and not the other way around. That abundance is her birthright. And she chooses someone who is worthy of raising that child, right? Not every man can be Joseph, and not every woman can be Mary. But that Annunciation Day happened weeks before Easter. And like with the stars around her head, it was like there were so many things that had to line up. We did just have like that mega stellium in Aries. Your brow is lit, lit. Oh snap! Well, you ain't say lit, lit, but I feel like I feel this soreness right here. It feels like the soreness that you get whenever you smile too much. Like I feel it right here. That's so crazy. Like imagine going up to somebody and like, "This is your baby." He's like, "I haven't even met you." Okay, so let's move on because this energy is gorgeous. Ooh, there's another town question. So April 5th, on this day, as part of La Pasqueta, is that yeah La? Is that French or Spanish? I don't know. On this day, as part of La Pasquetta, or Little Easter, people in Panicale, Italy, it is Italian, play Ruzzolone. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce any of these. An ancient sport that involves rolling wheels of cheese around the town's walls. Easter Monday in Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Rolling wheels of cheese around the town's walls. Do they get dirty? Is it still in the wrapper? It's reminding me of the walls of Jericho, but they're rolling wheels of cheese instead. Cheese though, it's coming in. It's feeling like old cheese where you got to churn it by hand. And so there's labor that goes into turning milk into cheese or cream into cheese. And it was typically done by women, or at least it's portrayed as being typically done by women. Excuse me. Divine Sunshine was talking about soul kids, spirit kids. Although they're not biological, they're your kids with your divine soulmates in the spirit. They feel like you're their parents too in their soul. Oh, snap. There's This is such a labor of love because it feels like this is a cheese that's not going to be eaten, but it still has to be churned like it. And so it's like you're doing that butter make or that milk, that cheese making stuff. Wait, or do you turn milk into butter? But then you turn butter into cheese? I don't know. I don't know. But this is how it's coming to me. It's like you invest all of the effort into creating this cheese, but then it's just rolled around the town. It's made dirty and nobody's going to eat it. But you don't view it as a wasted effort. The Nine of Pentacles is here now. Oh, look. This is the Empress. It's like she gave birth and she got her body back. She curvy, she thick. She's like, okay, I'm like rocking this baby weight. The weight went to all the right places, girl. She's giving me the hourglass shape. Okay. Like she is looking good. She's hot. I'm like, I ain't even into girls, but girl, you could get it, okay? I'm sorry anyway. So this labor of love, I feel like something is inscribed on the wood. I feel like something is written in the arch up there, but there's nothing there. Like on the card, there's nothing there, but I feel like there's something written. Maybe it's on the backside and we can't see it. I don't know. Milk into butter, then butter into cheese. Okay. Yeah. Because like cheese is. No. Because maybe if milk curdles and you skim it off. I don't know. I don't remember. People who make cheese know. It's almost like it's seen as a sign of abundance. It's seen as a sign of wealth that you can make cheese to roll around. There's this it's a separation from lack mentality. Cause she's like, girl, we barely got enough milk to put in our cereal, to make butter to put on our toast, to make the cheese we eat with our sandwiches. And now you asking me to make some cheese that we ain't even gonna eat to roll around the town. Are you serious, girl? We ain't got money like that. What you think milk grow on trees? And then who's gonna be the one that turn the milk into butter, then turn the butter into cheese? It ain't gonna be me. But she did it. It's a labor of love. It's something that you pour into something, knowing that it isn't necessarily going to be like immediate. It's an energy of investment. here. It's a labor of love. It's an energy of investment. It also understands. And next, we got another town. I'll try not to look at the answer this time. So, which of the following towns is located in Missouri? Is it Frankenstein, Why Not, or Zap? I think it's Zap, but I'm open to being wrong. Is it Frankenstein, Missouri, Why Not, Missouri, or Zap, Missouri? Why Not, Missouri sounds better. Like, why not Missouri? Why not Misery? Oh, I was wrong twice. I was wrong twice. It's Frankenstein. So Why Not is in North Carolina and Zap is in North Dakota. April 6th, Frankenstein, Missouri. Frankenstein, Missouri is interesting because Missouri is read like misery. Frankenstein is it's something it's patchworked together from other things. It's a state of mind, not the state of mind that she's in. She's not patchworking together no kind of misery. She's not creating all these excuses as to why she can't make a wheel of cheese, and then her family is the only her kids are the only kids in the whole town that don't know what it's like to roll a block of cheese around the town, and because they never experienced it, when they get older it's not an energy that they have. It feels like they miss out. Sounds like it goes back to the early bird message. The early bird and the late worm. What's the card that came out? Yeah, it's the Eight of Swords. So yeah, this energy is not this energy. This is the energy of the one. She's got the excuses. She's like, we barely have enough milk. We barely have enough money. I'm not going to waste cheese. I'm not going to do this. And it's the Frankenstein misery. It's like all of these swords have nothing to do with each other, but she puts them together and traps herself. It takes me back all the way. I don't remember when I said it, but that disease of the mind, disturbia, it takes me all the way back to that. And what's wild is like you can see her kingdom in the mist in the back. That's all that she has the right to. Because again, it's the women who come out with abundance being their divine right. It's the women that make kings. But she keeps herself separate from her fortune. And that's unfortunate. But that's also her choice. And so we respect it. Right? If she doesn't choose it, then who are we to want better for her? You pick the decision between two paths like they do in adventure films, and one looks clear and one looks scary. Most would choose the cleaner path, less obstacles, and seems safer. I'm assuming there's more to the message. Or maybe not. Yeah, that's a Frankenstein misery. And it's like, what is that? I think it's in the I Ching somewhere. You're oppressed by something that is not oppressive. You give your power away to things that don't serve you. And she's got this white bandana. I don't know Taekwondo, but I think the white belt is the first one you get. It's like, girl, like you blind yourself and you ain't even lived life. Hello? Only one of these swords is behind her. The rest are in the front and to the side. And it's also interesting because her abundance lies behind her as well. So it's like the path to her abundance isn't obstructed. The Ace of Swords is right there. She can back up, cut the ropes, free herself, take off the headband, and then turn around and go that way. But she blindly stumbles forward. Okay, well, I guess it ain't going to be great for everybody. April 7th. Before laundering, turn clothes inside out to reduce pilling. I don't know what pilling is, but I turn my clothes inside out. I turn my jeans inside out for sure. The shirts I don't always. But my bottoms I turn inside out. And I just do it because my mom did it. I don't know why, right? But because I'm doing something right and I didn't need to know why. But again, that takes me back to this energy here. of like there's the mom who passes on, it's like her children inherit her limited thinking and her limited belief because she doesn't allow her children, because she doesn't make the cheese for her children to roll around. That's part of the celebration, part of the light that they never experience. And then it's the birth of an entire line of people living outside of what was naturally sort of theirs. But it only takes one person of limited thinking to pass it on, and people who just inherit it without doing any more to keep it moving. So, and if you choose the darker path for fear of not making it out, but that path makes you stronger because of the obstructions in your path, you forgot where you were going. I think sometimes I've also noticed within the past year or so that sometimes we can choose harder, more difficult paths than we don't necessarily need to. So it's a very catch 22. Why am I picking up my phone? Why am I looking? Oh, it's 4:44. I don't know why I'm looking at my phone, but it's 4:44. Oh, now 4:45 on April 13th. That was 4:44 on a 4/4. I was like, why am I picking up my phone? But it was 4:44. I don't know. So, oh, pilling. Hey Siri, define pilling.
Okay, I found this on the web for defined pilling. Check
Girl,
it out.
Siri's making me do the work. The Cambridge Dictionary. So, if a piece of clothing or material pills, it develops small balls of threads on its surface. Oh, girl, I feel like I got, yeah, and my shirts do it a lot more often. My shirts do it a lot more often than my jeans and my bottoms do because I don't flip my shirts inside out. You learn, ooh, your phone is on 94%. Oh, snap, that's a 13. Yeah, that now I know. I have my old pajama shirt, the one with like there's a slit by my left nipple. It's like the thread, it's like losing threads, but now I know how to keep that from happening. You just flip your clothes inside out before you wash them, and they won't peel. Well, why ain't nobody tell me to do that with my jeans too? I'm like, why my shirts do this? You learn something new every day. Three of Swords. Three of Swords, Eight of Swords. We're pilling. That's that. But with it being a message of turning your clothes inside out before you launder them, then it's like there's something about changing your perspective. Also, I'm noticing like these darker fairies, I guess, in this coming after Frankenstein, Missouri. It's an energy of like misery loves company. And it's like these are the flowers that turn away from the sunlight. And in some ways, it's like it's the divine asking you, you wash your good clothes inside out. Oh yeah. See, I just did my jeans. But now I know what to do. Hopefully I remember. It's this energy of yeah, it's turning away from it's that energy of making excuses, right? It's like the divine is asking you to honor and celebrate in whatever way. And you are Frankensteining a way to not do whatever the divine is asking you to do. And it may be things that are like not even related. And so it's like you're keeping yourself in this space. What's also interesting though is like maybe these look like dark fairies, but in Queen Cup's live yesterday, she said that she saw the Three of Swords in whatever deck she was using for the first time on her Patreon is like someone trying to remove the swords. And actually it's like that it's looks like that's what's happening here too. It's like the fairy is trying to remove the sword, but we see it as like these little nefarious tricks. There's lots of like lavender and purple here. And then it's like there's also this energy of like the main sword here. It's like the very source of your heartbreak is the one that the fairy is going for first. And it's coming in quick, but with this Eight of Swords here, it's like you're missing out on the healing potential. So it's causing you to recoil from things, from the very things that can heal you, from the very things that'll lead you forward. Which would make sense because you rest in the Four Swords, exactly. So April 8th, we're getting closer and closer to today. April 8th, plant beans, cucumbers, and squash when lilacs are in full bloom. That's interesting because my auntie made a vegan mac and cheese. And we were, I think, did we go to the store on the 8th? I think we actually went to the store on the 8th because she came on the 7th and I was going to go with my grandma on the 7th, but she still had to get ready for my auntie. And my auntie was like, "I need a squash. I need a squash." I'm like, "Ugh, I ain't never had a squash in my life." But plant beans, cucumbers, and squash when lilacs are in full bloom. There's the purple flowers in the bottom. And they're in full bloom. I don't know if they're necessarily lilacs, but they lilacs today. So now is the time to plant beans and cucumbers and squash. I feel like that's it's saying that like even though this energy is not this energy, oops, there goes the Empress. Oh, hold on, let's see if I can grab her. Oh, she didn't fall on the floor. Okay. It's like she can still become the Empress, but she needs to allow for this to be healed first. Because again, that's everything that she's naturally entitled to. But she's turned her back on it because of this Three of Swords. Also, oh no, this is a that's a bloom, like probably a lilac blooming, but from a distance it looks like a bird on a branch. I was like, oh, there's a bird here, but it's not. But it takes me back to the energy of perspective, with the bird being that opportunity to get a higher perspective. It's like if you take a perspective outside of this, you'll see that you still have this available to you. You would see that it like the kingdom that is yours to inherit lies behind you. And that whatever this is trying to heal you in some way that you are just so naturally resistant to for some reason. Wait, was I talking about the vegan mac and cheese in Russell's chat? I forgot. And then I made a dish with my auntie and I was like, oh, it's vegan, girl. It wasn't vegan, but it was vegetarian. And what's interesting is like one of her friends called her out. She was like, "Where did you get a vegan paneer, girl? Like, let me know." And I was like, "Oh, sorry, the paneer is not vegan, but maybe in India they got vegan paneer. Maybe they figured it out over there, girl. Maybe it's a thing, but the paneer that I used was not vegan. It was vegetarian though, however." And she actually asked me to send her that recipe, so I'll do it. So the card that came out is the King of Pentacles. This is interesting because so with this energy, this is like the father who got custody of the child. This is a masculine energy that's been nurturing it, while this feminine energy has been stuck in whatever heartbreak she's been in. And it's also interesting. Um, Queen Cup, she talked about it on her live. She talked about how she's been in like embodying a more toxic masculine energy. And so this feels like a feminine energy that's been in that toxic masculine that's turned her back on her natural abundance. And the masculine energy that kind of sort of took it on for her. And maybe it's not quite literal, but it is an energy again, because it's like you haven't missed it. It's still been growing while you've been absent because he's been taking care of it. And he's the one that came out with the Page of Pentacles earlier instead of the Queen of Pentacles. It was the Page. I'm feeling good too. I'm liking this. He ain't got no lilacs though. Okay. So April 9th. Never argue at the dinner table, for the one who is not hungry always gets the best of the argument. By Richard Whately, English writer, 1787 to 1863. So he was born right after they moved to the Gregorian calendar, or sooner after. This is interesting. Never argue at the dinner table, for the one who is not hungry always gets the best of the argument. It's like when you're sitting down, like when we're talking about life and the experiences of different people in life because of whatever generational disparities exist between people of different cultures or backgrounds, and how sometimes it's the people who suffer the least who have the most to say, and it's the people who are the least impacted who are the most opinionated and the least resistant to change, for good reason, because they benefit and they don't suffer. That's arguing with the one who's the least hungry. It's like, girl, yeah, like, of course you can sit here and afford to argue all day because you already ate. Like, you came to dinner hungry. Like, I'm trying to eat. 555. Oop. Oh, it's 556 now. But there's also an energy here. It's almost like, take your concerns to spirit. Don't take them to man, because man can't do what man won't do anyway. The card that comes out here is the Seven of Swords. I just told the story between them. Don't give your time, energy, or effort to those people anymore, or those situations. It doesn't even have to be people. Like, he already ate. He can stand here and talk all day long. He already got what he came for. But the King of Pentacles doesn't play into it. I feel like that's old beliefs, old limitations, old ways of thinking and being. But it's like, what's the most interesting is, like, she she ain't listening to him. She's not gonna listen. But she might. And she'll listen because of this. Because of that. This is the divine. Again, it's like the divine trying to give you better. But whatever space that you're stuck in here, you'll choose the Seven of Swords masculine energy over the King of Pentacles masculine energy. And that's unfortunate. But also, it's like, your time would be better spent eating at the dinner table than arguing with someone who has no interest in eating. Arguing with someone who's already eaten, right? Look at him. It's the Seven of Swords. This is the dude that comes to dinner already full. And he come to dinner knowing that he gonna cause some trouble. knowing he gonna cause trouble, knowing he gonna start drama, knowing that he's going to dinner with a full belly with the intention of ruining the meal for everybody else. And King of Pentacles is like King of Pentacles is like, okay, you can keep talking, but I'm gonna eat. And even if you put it this way, King of Pentacles is like, I can't see you over my pinnacle. Like, sorry. Not sorry. We ain't apologizing for that no more. Whew. It's been over 3.5 hours. April 10 and 11. This is the 11th? Oh, 11th is the new moon. So that was a full moon on the 13th, not the 13th full moon of the year. So I read that wrong, lol. But I read it as I needed to, I guess. On April 10th, 1996, during Cyclone Olivia, a wind gust of 253 miles per hour was recorded on Barrow Island, Australia. This broke the 1934 world record of 231 miles per hour measured at Mount Washington Observatory in New Hampshire. So we're coming back to the wind again. And it's interesting because it's like the wind that we save in arguing with whoever at the dinner table can be used to break records. Yeah, it's an energy sink. This is an energy sink. We're giving time, space, and energy to those situations in which it bears no fruit when we can be causing something like we can literally be breaking records. And it's the lovers. So instead of choosing to give this Seven of Swords time and energy, we can just be like, yeah, I'd rather. Oh, that feels a lot better. That feels a lot nicer. But in order for that to happen, every party involved needs to be standing in its space and so forth. And then there's the angel up there in the clouds. The angel is like, oh gosh, it feels like this angel. This is a little dirty. But it feels like this angel is experiencing the release that you will experience when you finally align to the abundance and the prosperity that is the kingdom that awaits you when you free yourself. Or the closer you get when you already in this space. She's like, I can finally take a break. I can finally rest. Like, goodness. I've been working for 15 lifetimes trying to get these two together. Incarnation after incarnation after incarnation after incarnation. And they finally got it right. She's like, oh my gosh. Like, oh. And what I'm noticing now is like I've been talking about these ribbons that are tied to the wands, right? He can see now in a way he didn't before. And it's like it's this ribbon right here flowing from her waist. It's like she has her flower crown or whatever, and what was around his crown is now around her waist. It's tied around her sacral. Whatever it was, that baby was his. It's tied around her sacral now. I don't know. It feels gorgeous. That angel is at the bar drinking. You would have retired in year one. That's gorgeous. So, April 12th, according to research, volunteering can help you live longer. You live longer when you give more and when you give freely. See, that's the thing about the cheese wheel. right? That's the thing about the Rusalone or whatever, however you pronounce it. Instead of Frankensteining memory, it's like you live longer. You live longer when you do this. When you give, you live longer. It's like when it's like aging gracefully. Like if you're a good person, you age more gracefully. And when you live a life of tumults and of stress, it wears on the body. Stress wears on the body, and you can see it. This is coming out with the Queen of Swords. I love that the Queen of Swords is here. Oh my gosh. You see the lavender on her lap? That's the lilacs, girl. This is the Queen of Swords who planted. I love this. Okay, hold up. Hold up, hold up. This is the Queen of Swords that went and got her kingdom. Because she planted the beans and the cucumbers and the squash when the lilacs were in full bloom. And there's something about the blueness of her robe and her heels. Yes, girl. I didn't have the eyes to appreciate this card. There's something about the blueness of her robe that means it's like she's now emotionally connected as well. Oops. Well, the eight of swords is on the floor now. I ain't trying to have an incomplete deck. Even though it's the eight of swords, girl, I need every card. I need every card. She's connected to her emotions now. She doesn't have to be cold. I love that. I love that. That's that mental humility that came out earlier, or that's been coming out for the Queen of Swords. She was humble enough to go back and take it. Humble enough to admit when she was wrong with that Three of Swords. Humble enough to admit that she was acting out of a space of pain. Aw, come on, Queenie, you ain't so cold. Ghetto Nine just said that about how doing charitable work and doing for others always makes you feel better. That was also in giving. In the giving card, whenever I used that was day 5, the obsessives. No, that was after that. Whenever the last time I used the love and relationship affirmators, it was the giving card. It was like when I give to others, I feel better. And then it was like, does this selfishness make me look selfish? LOL. Words also came out then. So today, April 13th, Thomas Jefferson's birthday, one of the founding fathers of America. Thomas Jefferson was the one president, I believe. Thomas Jefferson was the one who owned slaves, but when he wrote up the Constitution, or not the Constitution, what was it? The Declaration of Independence. Like when they were writing up the Declaration of Independence, he also wanted to write in the Declaration that slaves would be freed, but it caused too much dissension. It caused too much of an argument. They were like, "Oh no, like if we're gonna free the slaves, girl, we might as well still be under British rule." And it's like, really, really, like y'all say that the British is this bad, y'all say that the British is that bad, but if you lose your slaves, then you'd rather. And that it takes me back to the energy of like what we do to other people, we allow to be done to ourselves. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, they didn't put it in the Declaration of Independence. And because it wasn't done then, we had a bloody war and the Civil War where brothers were killing brothers. It was the North against the South and all of that. The glow of one warm thought is to me worth more than money. 1743, he was born even closer to when Old England switched over to the Gregorian calendar. And look, this is that one warm thought that warmed up the Queen of Swords. And there's the Eight of Cups. This energy right here. One person. Oh, it says my connection is unstable. Okay, my connection is back apparently. It goes back to like one person, one piece of evidence that can disprove everything. But lower Hierophant energy, the shadow side of South Node and Sagittarius, will have you dismissing that one warm thought as an outlier. When it's that one warm thought that can lead to that healing that you desire. And so we end all of this with a choice. It's like we've seen the good, we've seen the bad, we've seen the in between, but we leave with the choice. We end off with the choice. You get no answers here, but it's not my goal to give you an answer or to tell you what to do. You get the information and you make your own decision. Because even if I told you what to do, you'd still do what you're going to do, right? Anyways, you know, the cups are the stars. Woo, it's been almost 4 hours. We've run through everything from March 4, from 3/4 to 4/13. Goodness. And I am gonna like do a final shuffle of these cards before I put them away. So, you know. And this is just in time because I gotta run to the bathroom again. I'm about to start cooking now. Because I'm already getting hungry. I ain't gonna wait until I'm starving. So here we go. I've been looking at this calendar like, man, this calendar is so out of date. But I'm going to get a final message from the Universe Has Your Back cards first. The bottom of the deck is the 3 of coins. This is the energy of like what you've been manifesting, the letters that you write to the divine in this cathedral. And with the flask there, it reminds me of the Archangel of Healing in the SKT that is the King of Cups energy. But it also reminds me of like, especially with the liquid and the candle, the alchemy that you have to do, the work that you have to do in addition to the intentions that you write down. Under that is the 9 of Wands and the 10 of Wands beyond that. Like that, like this masculine energy entails its own journey, just like feminine energy. And it's like this is conditioning. It's like this, it feels like physical training. It feels like training for a marathon. It's conditioning. You just made shrimp and mushroom fettuccine. Oh my gosh, I'm about to make some shrimp and meatball Alfredo. We might have fettuccine noodles actually. Yeah, we might be doing shrimp fettuccine Alfredo too. I'm gonna do my meatballs on the side because my mama like, oh, meatballs don't work. Meatballs don't work. But these are my ingredients, and you ain't gotta eat it. I'm just playing. I ain't gonna be like that. Cause she'd be like, okay, well, this is my stove. This is my gas. This is my electricity. This is my shelter. I'm like, okay, mama. I was just playing. I was just playing. Calm down. That's my room. You back there in using my internet on your live. Just kidding. See, I ain't got the type of mama where I can do stuff like that. I don't have the one. Okay. Final message from the Universe Has Your Back cards. Who that? They made a scene. I'll take them. Just 3 cards. I am the dreamer of my dream. My energy creates my reality. What I focus on is what I will manifest. So, emphasis on dreams and energy. And then, in every moment, the universe is conspiring me to bring me toward right minded thinking and the energy of love. I really love these 2 in particular because I feel like I've been talking about this. And the universe is conspiring to get you closer and closer to right minded thinking. Bottom of the deck is the key to prayer is to forget what I think I need. And I feel like that it's carrying an energy of like you're getting closer and closer to the fulfillment of whatever it is that you are sort of praying for, especially with this Three of Pentacles. Like you're getting closer and closer to the fulfillment of this. And so don't be hyper focused on the way that you think it has to come in because you can miss it. It could already be there. It could already be there. I should watch Ferngully. Fangully. These are, there we go. I'm like, these are not wanting to shuffle. Five of Cups with the Eight of Cups. I think I saw the High Priestess as I was shuffling. Five of Wands with the Eight of Cups. The Sun with the Eight of Cups. Ooh, the Sun just took it. Bye-bye, Eight of Cups. The Sun and the Knight of Pentacles. Slow and steady towards tomorrow. Let's see. What's the card that want to come out? Final message, final card. Ooh, okay, well. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Pentacles. The card that came out is the Six of Swords. He looked wet. He looks wet. Kinda. Yeah. It's like there was a part of the journey that was rough. He didn't have the whole journey in this canoe. He had to swim for part of it. It also reminds me of what's it called? It's like if you have a canoe and you have to carry it. Is that straight? A straight is it connects two larger bodies of water, and an isthmus is like a land bridge, right? I think so. Because it's reminding me of the Strait of Gibraltar. Let's look up the Strait of Gibraltar. It also reminds me of the Rock of Gibraltar, and I think the Rock of Gibraltar is connected to Hercules. Yeah, a strait is it connects two bodies of water. You see that little piece of water that connects those two larger bodies of water? So an isthmus is a land bridge. The Strait of Gibraltar, also known as the Straits of Gibraltar, is a narrow strait that connects the Atlantic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea and separates the Iberian Peninsula in Europe from Morocco in Africa. The Iberian Peninsula? Isn't that he fell in? Who fell in? Oh, I'll have to see. Isn't that like the party town? Oh no, that's Ibiza, right? Ibiza is the party place. I think Iberia is also a party place, maybe? Google reviews. Wait, what? I lost my dog there. Good job, Gibraltar. I mean, I got out of Panama with him. So to my eyes, Panama is greater than Gibraltar. Girl, you can't blame Gibraltar because you lost. What is this? This is the dog that got lost in Gibraltar, but it was found in Panama or whatever. Girl, what? What kind of foolishness? His name is Edward. Okay. All right. I don't know what that was about. Oh, Six of Swords, the guy that got wet. I don't think he fell in. I think he started his journey swimming and then he eventually came upon the canoe. So like it's easier now because he doesn't have to swim with these six swords at his back. It felt like it would have been very, very difficult for him to swim with those six swords on his back. It weighed him down. And it feels like Spirit saw him and saw fit to have someone bring him a canoe. It feels like that. Because it's like he was in the Mediterranean Sea before, but now he's coming into the ocean. And it's like, girl, you did good to make it through the sea, but you're not going to survive the ocean with those on your back. So here's a canoe. And maybe he's like, oh, but I don't know how to canoe. Ibiza is the party place. You remember that song, We're Going to Ibiza by the Venga Boys. Okay. And then, yeah, the Five of Pentacles is here. What's under it? The King of Pentacles. Ooh! See, and then there's the Three of Swords. See, Spirit sees whoever struggling. It's like you're like, it's infinitely more difficult trying to tread water with 6 swords on your back. Take the canoe. And the King of Pentacles is gonna balance out whatever this wasn't. The Sun, the King of Pentacles, and the Five of Pentacles, that's just straight up what Queen Cup was saying in her video yesterday about divine justice rather than what we think justice could be. And it's coming to heal this, but oh snap, look. There's the Three of Wands and the Ace of Swords. Oh, that's journeying beyond the heartbreak to claim that new clarity that's going to put you in the Queen of Wands. Yeah. Yep. Like God threw him in the paddle, keys, take the canoe. Oh, like God threw him. Yeah, the paddle. We're like, take the canoe or don't. It's like it reminds me of that one story of like the person who drowned in the flood and like, but I prayed to God, and God is like, I sent you a canoe, I sent you a boat, I sent you rafts, I sent you helicopters, I sent the Coast Guard, I sent the very person that you idolized to be like, hey, like, come on, and you refused all of it. Like, I sent you the way out. You didn't take it, girl. If you mad that you dead, it's on you. I answered your prayers. But it's like when it's like pray, whatever the card at the bottom of the universe has your back said about when you pray, you get sent what you need. It may not come in the way that you wanted it, but it's what you need. And you can be 8 of Swords, 3 of Swords all day long and miss out if you want to. Or you could not. I don't know. That's what I got in this 4-hour video. It was a ride, girl. It was a ride, but it was a good one. And you know, we determine where we get off. We determine if we're gonna take the canoe or not. You know, the divine gave us the keys like last year. It was like, okay, it's time for you to learn how to drive. I guess we didn't know that we were learning how to drive because things was about to get real crazy. But maybe you know how to drive now. It's like learning how to drive in Indiana. If you can drive in Indiana, you can drive anywhere because the drivers in Indiana are terrible. I'm just playing. And then what really like it's like people from Indiana, from northwestern Indiana, they'll be like, "Oh, Illinois drivers are the worst." And like, girl, you talking about people who drive in Chicago. Chicago is not representative of all of Illinois. And if you're talking about the people who drive in Chicago, people are coming from all over the world to Chicago. So you see in Indiana driving Chicago, you see in other people who are also going to Chicago from Indiana driving in Chicago. You see in people from Texas driving in Chicago. You seeing people from all over the place. You ain't seeing just Illinois because Illinois has got some good drivers. Try Atlanta. Yeah, people from Atlanta driving in Chicago too. But also Atlanta is one of those bigger cities that attracts a lot of people. So y'all got professional street races. Oh well. One of my friends, he's a car YouTuber. He's an automobile YouTuber with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. He moved to Atlanta for a minute and he was in the car scene, but I think he moved back home since I don't know. All right, that's what I got. It was fun, Mimi. Thank y'all for coming in. It was fun, Freya. Thank you for coming in. I hope you have a good whatever whenever you see this. I hope you're acting in alignment to make all that you wish to experience your reality because if you ain't gonna do it, ain't nobody else gonna do it for you. It's like how bad you want it. And it feels like there are some people who want it bad enough, but man, it's just like if you could apply some of that energy and effort in the right direction, you would be free. You would be free. But to each their own, we all have our own path and we come in at our own timing and we have our own journeys. And for some who will struggle, quote unquote, longer, they'll have a testimony that resonates more for the people that they impact, right? You can leave at any moment, at any time. So no problem. Bye. I'm about to go cook some good food. Hopefully it's good. I'm about to go cook some food that's hopefully good.